Hey, YouTube, let's do this. Hey, YouTube. Hello. And I'm kicked out of my own stream. Right off the bat. So we'll try this again. Let's do this.
Back to nature, climbing higher. Woods are thick, hiking alone. Hear a tree crack, loud as gunfire. Stops you cold, chill to the bone. Hear the growling, turn to howling. Something's prowling, just out of sight. Beast in the night. Beast in the night. The forest has fallen silent. The mountain's dark. The moon is full. Catch the black shape of a giant, 8 feet tall, unbelievable. Your heart is pounding, huge steps are bounding. Your hope is drowning in the fading light. Beast in the night. Beast in the night. Oh, hell yeah. Run for your life. Step it up. Your fear is growing. Red eyes are glowing. You might die knowing those folks were right. Beast in the night. Beast in the night. Beast in the
And hey, everybody. Welcome to Squatch Talk. I'm Pat. How's everybody doing tonight? Glad you're here. Thank you for being here, each and every single one of you. I appreciate it. As always, what's going on, guys and gals? We're gonna try and put on a show tonight. See what happens. Could be fun. Could be lame. We'll see. Yeah, I know there's just a lot going on right now, but let's do it. Let's talk about 2 movies, 1 screen. Let's have a conversation about 2 movies and 1 screen. Because it's definitely a thing in the Bigfoot world, man. Another way to put it is a laurel-yanni situation. I think that's more accurate, actually. That's a really good real life kind of analogy to throw out there is laurel-yanni. So I'm gonna play this audio, and you guys tell me what you're hearing. I don't see anybody in chat yet. What's up, chat? Come on, somebody chime in. Yeah, because this is the kind of an experiment I need to bounce off chat. So I mean, I can wait. Kind of wait till it builds up. But yeah, it's a 2 movies, 1 screen. Laurel-yanni. I'm dying to do this experiment. I guess I could just do it off any general audience, but I'd like to see, I, what people hear if I throw it up. And yeah, I'm gonna invite some people in. Come on in. Yeah. So yeah, we're kind of doing a free for all tonight. Again, we'll see what happens. But let's do this. Let's do this, and I'm really curious, what you guys hear, guys and gals. Very curious. Laurel, 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 laurel. All right, so what's up, Steven? Yeah. You can jump in if you want, man. No need to lurk, dude. This is just a show. So, what did you hear? Like I know what I heard, and I keep it's the only thing I ever hear on that one particular feed. I've heard both, actually, different different places where it's been played. It's been played over the radio, and I heard something different. Been played online, I heard something different. Laurel and Yanni, I've heard of both, but I know what I heard there. So, what'd you hear, Steven? You're here. What'd you hear? Um, Like, I'm just curious, like, to like to play that again. Like, what are you guys hearing? Yeah, yeah. I mean, of course. Yeah, maybe that's a bad example. Like, maybe, yeah, because I mean, that's all I'm hearing. Let me pull up another one. Uh, yeah, yeah, the priming thing. Uh, damn it. Okay, let's try this one. That's all, still all I hear. Okay, not priming. It's not a priming thing with this. It is actual audio illusion because I've heard both. Like, I've heard both. Um, so I don't know. Maybe it's a hoax. Is it a hoax? Um, I've never heard both in the same recording, but some people describe a mixing of the two words. So again, I'm talking about two movies, one screen. That's kind of my theme. All right, so let's go. Not supposed to be there. Sorry, I'm behind. Um, let's go here. Let's try it again. See how it works. All right, here we go. Laurel, 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 laurel. Stop sharing. All right. So what then? Anything? Did anything change? Nothing changed for me. Nothing changed for me. But here's my point. Like, the laurel-yanni thing was that was a real phenomenon. Where it was two completely different words in the same recording, and I can't explain, like, I don't remember like how that happened or what that is, but two completely different things that people were hearing in the same recording. That was a real phenomenon. Again, I remember hearing both at some point. It to me, it depended on like where I heard it, how I heard it, what it was coming from, and that's the whole point with barred owls. You hear a fucking barred owl, and you hear a whoop. It's a laurel-yanni thing, man. You hear Bigfoot, I hear fucking barred owl. It's laurel-yanni. Like, so that's kind of the point with that. Um, you hear Bigfoot, I hear coyote. You hear Bigfoot, I hear deer. You hear Bigfoot, I hear squirrel. Like laurel-yanni, man. Two movies, one screen. And that pretty much sums up the Bigfoot phenomena at this point, without any evidence, is that it's two movies and one screen. And there are shows happening tonight, happening tomorrow, happening yesterday that, the narrative drives Only the narrative drives it. That's it. There's no evidence. People say they hear shit. Well, you heard a barred owl. And, okay. Like, oh, I'm the bad guy for pointing that out because I'm taking the fun away from you. You, the adventurer. You know? Um, Indiana Jones, motherfucker, out there. Really? Well, where's your Indiana Jones, like, result? It doesn't exist. You know? You could never be a true Indiana Jones. You're just pretending. It's all pretend. Mm. Yeah, it's to me it's a frequency thing. It like so I can hear Yanni on certain like platforms and I hear Laurel on others. It's like I'm pretty sure like through the radio I heard Yanni and through the internet I heard Laurel. And yes, now it seems like I can never hear anything but Laurel, but I'm dying to know, like, even out of the shit I was playing, did anybody hear Yanni? And like anybody. But there's nobody here. It's just a few of us. I'm about to bring Cornell on.
Hold on a second. I want to get a full.
Yeah, we need full. We need nothing but full out of you, buddy.
I'm on my damn phone again. I can't get my computer to work. Am I full screen there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not
You're
full
fine.
I'm not
Yeah.
full screen on my phone, and I can't seem
No,
to.
you're okay. So on my show, you're full screen. You're
Really?
wide angle, full screen. You
Okay.
don't have to worry about it. Yep.
Okay. I don't have to look at the chat either, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel really bad. I was walking up my walkway up to my truck, and this little mole ran across where I was walking, and I stepped on it.
Oh
And
no.
And I didn't kill it. That's the worst part. It was just sitting there, like, shaking and stuff. And I said to my wife, I'm like, Leslie, what am I going to do here? She's like, you're going to have to put it out of its misery. So I'm like, oh, God damn it. So I had to pick it up with like a shovel, bring it down to the back of the yard and drop a brick on it. I felt so bad.
Oh man, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Why did you just bring that to me? Like I don't need that, man. God
I
damn.
know.
It's so sad and shitty.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's
Poor little
because
guy.
that's what Petey, I'm gonna maybe do that to you. Yeah, man.
I saw your video last night of you, like, with the smoke inhalation. I'm like, you said something went wrong, and I'm like, what's going to happen here? Because he said he nearly died, and then the camera just cut, and I'm like, what happened?
Oh yeah. I mean, I turned the camera off, and I was with my buddy Chris in upstate New York. Yeah. And I said, "Hey man, something's wrong with me." And he's like, no, you're fine. And I'm like, no, dude, something's wrong. I don't feel right at all. And he's like, man, you're fine. Like he wouldn't shut up about it. He was just like, man, you're fine. Shut up. I was like, no, dude, something's wrong. He's like, all right, come on, let's go talk to the fucking, EMS. And so we went and, I ran into a firefighter and I was like, hey man, something's wrong with me. Like, I feel like I'm dying. He's like, there's an ambulance right over there. And so I went to the EMS people. I'm like, hey, I feel like I'm dying. Like I had to go to them. So it was a kind of a weird flip the script thing. It was like, it's not like I called 911. I just I kept working my way up, through. Oh, there he goes. Where you go? I kept working my way up through the ladder there, and connected with EMS, and they put me in the ambulance, gave me oxygen therapy, diagnosed me with smoke inhalation. And yeah, like I don't know, 10, 15 minutes of oxygen therapy. I was cured, and and I shot right out the back of the fucking ambulance, and my friends were there, with their beers in their hands and shit. Like, all right, let's keep drinking. You know, yeah, I'm alive. Fuck, let's keep drinking. Let's stay away from the fucking fire. How about we stay away from the fire? You catch any of that?
I missed the part where you went into
Yeah.
the ambulance.
Yeah, I did. So, like, I just told the audience, but I'll tell you real quick. And, like, yes, I went into the ambulance and they gave me oxygen therapy for about 10 or 15 minutes while my buddies were waiting just waiting right outside the back of the ambulance, and they're drinking their beers and they're laughing at me and shit, you know, and whatever. I mean, they spit me out of the ambulance. I was fine.
But
Like,
what happened? Did you not taste the smoke going into your lungs or something?
I had no idea. I had
Wow.
no fucking, like, I all of a sudden my heart rate just went racing. You know,
Wow.
like I could feel that. Like it was enough for me to like go to my buddy and say, "Hey, something's wrong with me." Like, no, dude, something's wrong with me. You know, like I knew something was wrong, and my buddy again, he laughed it off, man, because he's a jerk off, you know, like he's an asshole, and yeah, man, like that shit hit me hard, and so I went running to the fucking paramedics, man, and they cured me with some oxygen therapy, you know. Yeah.
So what happens if somebody else calls me here? Can I just hit airplane mode and will it knock me off the podcast, or will it just stop me from receiving calls?
Airplane mode. You'll still be on Wi-Fi. Yeah.
It'll just stop me receiving calls.
Correct.
I might do that.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What's up, David?
I'm just trying to get where I can hear you guys. I'm outside.
God, is it still light there? Is this?
Oh yeah,
It's still
very light.
here? Wait. Oh yeah, it's still light here.
Backyard actually.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. There's Dave.
Nice.
You been here, Cornell?
Brent should jump in. Brent's in the chat, man. Brent, why ain't you jumping in, man? Like,
Yeah, it's
give it a
dark
link.
here.
Yeah, because you're in the like extreme northeast.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's getting dark here.
I'm waiting on my drone, and I'm like, well, it's not going to come now, so I'm not going to be able to play with it. So what am I going to do? I'm supposed to do a podcast this week, and I forgot about it.
You're gonna fucking crash it. That's what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to turn the volume up on you guys because I can't hardly hear you.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah, your audio's good.
Mm.
So say what you
Mine's
want.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You're the loudest one here.
Wow, I can barely hear you guys at all.
Well, you have the biggest
Really?
voice. You have the biggest voice, David. What do you have to say tonight? It's a Squatch Talk free for all. Did you hear Laurel or did you hear Johnny?
I don't know. I just got home. Me and the wife's been out of town for the weekend, and I just got home. So, don't have much to say unless y'all have something in mind.
Well, we're gonna walk down this road together, brother.
Yeah.
So let me play it again, and you tell me what you hear. All right.
Yeah, I haven't heard this either.
Yeah. I'm gonna play it again, and you guys tell me what you hear. Just give me a second, all right? I'm not well versed in this stuff,
Oh no, this is all last minute anyway.
and it's all last minute. All right, so let's go here, and here we go. Ready? Tell me what you hear.
Laurel, 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 laurel.
All right, what'd you guys hear?
Laurel.
Laurel?
All right, everybody keeps hearing Laurel.
What's the other choice?
Yanni.
Oh no,
Yeah.
totally Laurel.
Yeah, I mean, That's the thing. Is like I've heard both, and so I'm having a hard time finding a recording where I can like. It seems like everybody just keeps hearing Laurel, you know.
Yeah, it's like that Green Needle one. There's another one, Green Needle and something.
Yeah, it's like it's audio. What do they call it? Audio illusions.
Yeah.
But the laurel-yanni is a real thing. I don't know why I can't find one that I can hear yanni because again, I've heard both. I've heard yanni and I've heard laurel. It depends on where it's coming from, the source.
Oh.
Yeah, so through the radio I heard yanni, and through the internet I hear laurel. And it seems like most people tonight are just hearing Laurel.
So,
and that it
so
kinda-
what's that supposed to be about?
2 movies, 1 screen. Like if one person hears Laurel and another person hears Yanni in the same recording at like in real time, right?
Now it's
2
Laurel pretty clear, actually.
Yeah, I know, but you have to understand that some people hear Yanni. They do not hear Laurel. They hear Yanni. And these
It's like
are
a
2
left brain, right brain
these are-
type of thing.
These are 2 completely different words, right? And it is a real phenomena, even though I haven't been able to demonstrate it here because nobody's popped in chat and said they heard Yanni. But it was a real phenomenon or phenomenon. And so to me, that is you hear Bigfoot, I hear a fucking goddamn barred owl. You hear you hear Bigfoot, I hear a coyote. Laurel-yanni, 2 movies, 1 screen. It's kind of my thing, you know. 2 movies, 1 screen. Like 2 audios, 1 fucking reel. Only one of them is real. But then again, with the laurel-yanni thing, that's up to like that's subjective, as opposed to objective, which would be you think it's a Bigfoot and I think it's a barred owl. One of those things are true. You know, they can't both be true because no, Bigfoot does not imitate barred owls. There's 0 evidence of that. So, anyway, that's kind of my thing. What do you guys think?
Man, I really can barely hear you guys. I don't know what
Really?
the deal is on the settings here. I've got my volume turned up all the way, but I did hear Lauren or Laurel.
Yeah.
Wonder what it is, Dave.
That's okay. If we could, yeah, I mean, just opine. Whoever.
Dave, do you have earphones in?
Do what?
Do you have earphones? No, you don't have earphones in, no?
No, I don't have any earphones for this. For this, but I've never had an issue with it before. This is on my phone. I don't have my computer at home. Never had an issue with it before. I don't know why the volume's not coming through.
Is there a setting on StreamYard itself? There's a little mic setting down there, is there? There is a settings thing. I could see it, but I don't know what it does. I'm afraid to touch it in case I knock myself off or something.
Yeah, don't touch it.
Did you see the post today on critical thinking? Where the guy was, I think Stephen Struford posted it. The guy was taking people out, and it was a guaranteed Sasquatch experience.
No,
Who was that?
I didn't see that.
I wonder who it was.
Okay, I can hear it now. Okay.
Really? Oh.
All right.
Yeah. I went into settings and I changed it from default to speakerphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can actually. I realize I'm not really going deaf now.
Oh, nice. So some guy had posted this on another forum, and Steve just linked it, but it was kind of like what Todd Standing does. He takes people out, and you have a 100% chance of an encounter. And I'm like, do you actually have to see it? And is it like, is it like whale watching. If you don't see a whale, you get a rain check, you know. And he's like,
Yeah.
no,
Right.
it's 100% guaranteed. I'm like, really?
That's
You
just
you didn't give
awful.
him any money, did you, Cornell?
No, I don't even know who the guy is. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it was just on Critical Thinking. It was a shared
Yeah.
post.
Yep.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, Steve Strawford is chiming in. It's called
Steve.
apophema? Like apophemia? What does that say?
What?
Epiphania.
Oh, that's the
Apophenia?
phenomenon.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, like so Strawford, dude, like what I didn't see that post on Critical Thinking. Human perception. It's malleable. Yeah. I mean, no shit. Yeah, I didn't see that post. Sorry. But Strawford should know about that post. And again, so 100% chance, huh? Like, 100% chance that there's Bluetooth speakers in the woods.
Yeah, 100%
yeah.
chance.
How much
It would
does it
be-
cost?
You know, if there's a bowered owl or a knock, it's counted as a encounter, right? So how hard is that going to be to mimic if you have a friend out in the woods somewhere? You know.
Yeah, wood like banging on trees, all that shit, right?
I forget what channel it was, but I was watching some, and it wasn't a Bigfoot channel. It was just a guy going across country, and he stopped in it was one of the southern states, a Bigfoot museum attraction on the highway, and going through it, there was a button you could push, and it would play back a Bigfoot vocalization, and it was a red fox. It was a red fox, plain as day. And I can't remember
really?
that's been a couple of years ago. But yeah, I mean, have you heard a red fox scream?
Maybe.
You ever heard a fox scream? I'm sorry.
I
Oh, I mean,
don't
it sounds like a person just letting out a real abrupt, loud scream, And I'll tell you what, if you're out in the woods and don't know that's what it is, and one of them's close, it'll make the hair stand up on the back of your neck for sure. But yeah, I mean, that was
sure.
Owls and foxes, two very common things that people attribute to possible Bigfoot.
Almost entirely, especially owls.
Especially.
Yeah, what are they known for? Woo, WHO. And what do Bigfooters report? Whoops. And so they threw that P in there. You tell me if I'm saying a P right now. Whoop. Did I say a P? Did I pee?
No, I didn't hear a P.
It was implied. It was an implied P.
Whoop. Yeah.
Now that's not saying
yeah.
That's not saying a Bigfoot doesn't make a whooping noise once in a while, but yeah, I would very quickly say owls make that whooping sound as well.
Big time. 4 o'clock in the morning, right next to my tent, a big giant whoop from a fucking barred owl. Like, it was loud as hell. I mean, owls have huge, like, for their body proportion, they have huge lung capacity. I mean, they're avian, right?
Yeah. Cornell got to hear one of our owls down there in the Comishes the first night he was here, that he come down. Right, and it was Cornell. It had to have been running a tree right on the edge of camp to be that loud, but it was like massively loud.
Yeah, that was the one I caught on recording. Oh, that was crazy loud.
No, that was your first trip down, and that was when we first rolled into camp. Remember, it was like 11:30 or whatever.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
You were standing at the edge of the trees there, and I was getting some stuff out, and that thing just like let that loud vocalization out.
Yeah,
but it wasn't a whoop. It wasn't a whoop. It was more of a, just wow, like real loud.
Well, yeah. I mean, they have diverse sounds, and they sound.
Oh, of course they do.
And again, even one sound that they make when they're 50 feet away sounds completely different when they're 250 yards away.
Yeah, I
So
know.
the sound
Case in point, a couple of raccoons having a disagreement with each other about
Yep.
50 yards away out in the woods.
Uh-huh.
And this is another thing that, and Cornell's really an advocate of this because he came prepared for it. Record these strange noises that you hear in the woods. Then when you get home in the safety and tranquility of your own room, you can blow that up on the, raise the volume on the computer and take a closer listen to it and go, oh yeah, that was a couple of raccoons having a, a go at each other or something. But
Yeah,
there, perceptions can be very different when you're out in the woods, very far from anywhere else, alone, and hear these animals raise up.
Yes.
And who knows, you might luckily actually get something that you can identify once in a while.
Yeah, but can't identify just means can't identify.
Well, that's what I
Right.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. There was nothing else implied. It was just that you can't identify. Put them in the very curious department. The ones that you can identify, you say, oh yeah, we can disregard that.
Yeah.
shit. Sorry, this is.
Yeah, man. I mean, so again, you and I, all three of us, we kind of had this discussion last week.
Yeah, we did. It was. They were having a rerun.
Yeah, a little bit. It's that, I mean, so then therefore, ... or, are they elusive and rare primates, right?
Well, they are elusive and rare. I'm not going to venture exactly what they are, but they are elusive and rare. That's one thing I think we could all agree on.
Well, elusive implies they would never ever bang on a tree or yell or howl around people. Elusivity would mean they just turn their backs and walk away. And rare, they wouldn't be anywhere that you are. Any of us Bigfooters, if they're rare.
Elusive, rare, but curious.
See, the curious thing, that's kind of that becomes okay, so they can sit on a log and be curious, but they're not banging on trees. That's not curiosity.
I mean, I don't know. I've never seen one bang on a tree. I'll definitely concede that.
Yeah, and
now wait a minute. Now that brings up a curious question. Has anybody reported seeing one hit on a tree?
Oh, probably.
No, I mean, I don't
care.
I don't know of that. I do know, and I've been in the woods. I think when Cornell was down, we heard wood knocks out in the woods, but that doesn't mean a Bigfoot did the wood knock. That just means something knocked on a tree.
Yeah, exactly.
But I am curious that I don't think I've ever heard of a report where somebody saw a Bigfoot with a stick clubbing it up against a tree.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't.
Doesn't mean it's not out there. I just haven't heard it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. To be honest with you, I don't care. Like, if somebody says they saw that, that doesn't mean that that's true. Like anecdote.
Well, of course not.
Yeah, anecdote doesn't make reality. But again, so curiosity, right, is just that, curiosity. Curiosity is not engagement. You could be curious all you want. That doesn't mean you're engaging with the thing that you're curious about. So the point is that when it turns into engagement, then we can no longer say that they are elusive. They're certainly not elusive. They're 100% engaging. And so then we take that off the plate. Okay, they may be rare, but now they're not elusive because the Bigfoot world says they engage all the time because, oh, that's right. Every campsite we go to, they're within 300 yards of that campsite. Because if they were half a mile away, neither party would ever know they were there. They might as well be on a different planet. It only takes half a mile in the woods of separation to never know you're there. If I put a guy in an orange jumpsuit in a 1,500 square mile area, do you think you could find him?
Well, it's a needle in a haystack for sure. Hey, speaking of owls,
Yeah.
there's one piping up just over here.
Really?
Yeah, about
Like
100 yards from me in the
in real
tree
time?
line. It just, yeah, it was letting out the who.
You do not look like you're outdoors.
There we go. That was the side of the house.
Well, I guess you are. Like, my bad. It just doesn't look like you're outdoors,
Pat,
bro. Yeah.
Hey, Pat, you're just so used to being a contrarian, you just challenge everything.
No. Like I was being honest, dude. It looked like you looked like you were sitting. You looked like you were sitting.
Well, no, I was okay. If you must know, I was sitting on an aluminum boat that's up against the back wall of my house.
Never would have known that. You looked like
But
you were sitting.
matter of fact, give y'all a.
I'm not.
This
I
is
try,
the.
I try not to be a contrarian.
This is the hayfield behind my house. The far tree line down there is a creek goes through that, and then there's a mountain in the deep canyon on past that. And I've got a really neat campsite built back there. So yeah, I'm about. Yeah, Cornell's been here before. I promise it exists.
Oh yeah.
All right, fair enough, Dave. Sorry to hit you with the contrarian thing. I try not to.
You know the word contrarian. I've got a friend. He's actually a drummer, very good drummer. And somebody is asking him. He was in the store one day. What religion are you? And he said, "I'm a contrarian."
I like it.
So
good answer.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not, man. I question the world. And so if that means contrarian, to the contrary, the opposite of, I question the world. And I
don't overthink it though. I was just having fun.
Yeah. Hey, can we,
you're right. I overthink everything, Dave. You're right.
What's that, Cornell?
Pat, did you see the footprint that I caught on Mount Tom in Massachusetts?
No.
I'm saying it's a footprint, but that's what I called it. And it was like it had rained here a lot, but it hasn't rained in like a few days. So most of the mountain was dry, and there was this couple of wet patches here and there, but there was one muddy patch, and it was this like it was the same size as my foot, but it was like a bare foot, like it wasn't a boot print because it was other boot prints here and there, thick boot prints, and this thing was like narrow heel, and it went out, splayed out, and you could almost see the toes in it, and it was about the same size as just like if someone had taken off their shoe, and I mean it was 4 inches deep.
That was a person.
I don't know.
I mean, most likely it was a person.
Cornell, how many of those tracks did you find other than the one you showed the picture of?
Just one. That was it. But there was
the one.
There wasn't another muddy patch for another 50 yards or so.
Gotcha. So rocky. Well, only thing I could really tell from that is it was an extremely narrow heel.
Very.
And that's the only thing I could tell about is very narrow heel and where was there toe imprints or was there not?
Barely. My son said he thought it looked like toe imprints, but I can't say. It looked like it could have been, but I don't know. And it was like really, really deep. And like the ground around it was like spongy, but it like depressed down just in that one area for that one area to be able to be. I don't know.
What? So did you look for any? The tread on the bottom of a tennis shoe or something?
Yeah.
Was there any tread on it, or was?
No, because there was other boot prints around, like in other muddy spots, you could clearly see the tread.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. If it was a person's footprint, more than likely it stepped deep on the heel and when it was going forward, twisted a bit to give the upper part of wider appearance there.
Yeah.
So,
So that, you know,
so this is something I've encountered before. And back in February, I went down to the lake, just to kind of, you know, lose myself and think, right? You know, just want to walk down to the lake and think. And fucking footprints everywhere. The lake levels were low at that time. Lake Lanier had went real low. We'd had a very dry winter. And there were footprints everywhere in the sand. This was February. And so the time I was there, at that moment, I was wearing a heavy jacket. It's cold outside. And there were bare footprints all over the freaking lake. I took pictures of them. I put them up on Squatch Talk. Like, you know, 100% people. There's no possible way a Bigfoot, you know, could be in this area. We're talking about a city,
Right?
A lake. Like, I mean, it might as well be downtown Chicago, honestly.
Right.
So 100% was people, bare footprints all over the goddamn sandbar on the lake.
Must be on acid or something.
No, I mean,
Just-
okay.
It was
really tough
freezing.
hippies.
You don't know. You don't know why.
Right,
I don't know
exactly.
why. All I know is that it was a Bigfoot. It was 100% people. Which is why
Let me tell you,
what you saw was most likely people, because
most
I
likely,
saw
for sure.
the same exact thing.
Yeah.
You know, why are people walking around barefoot on Lake Lanier in the middle of winter?
Let me tell you about somebody that lives pretty close to me out here, and his actual nickname is Barefoot. Okay, this guy goes barefoot year round. If it's 10 below, he's barefooted. His feet have all his life. He's got big flat feet, heavily calloused. He can walk through sandburrs and not even blink. He's known for it. So, and he literally, I don't even think he owns a pair of shoes. If it's 10 below, he's barefoot.
Okay.
So
There you go.
it's a lot
There you
tougher
go.
than me. So yeah, to your point, you just never know. You know, there are people out there that, you know, that do. And if you run across his footprints down on a muddy creek, you probably somebody would think they were Bigfoot tracks, you know.
Big guy. He's big guy.
It's a pretty good sized guy. But you know, if you go barefoot your whole life, your feet are going to get flat.
Yeah.
From what I understand, you know, lose some of that arch and such as that. But yeah, he barefoot all the time.
Sandra. Hey, Sandra. I haven't seen you in a minute. Yeah, man. I mean,
well, Cornell, you remember when we were hiking in those bottoms that second time you were down in like early March and how cold it was at night, and we found those barefoot prints down in that muddy creek bottom.
Yeah, they were weird.
I think you might have been the one that found them, and I mean they were the Pat, like you said, they were 100% a person. They weren't huge or nothing. They were probably 5-6 inches long, maybe, but they were definitely a human track. And I remember making the comment. I said, I have no idea why anybody's down here in the middle of nowhere running around barefooted in the wintertime, but somebody definitely was, you know.
But the stride also was very, very far. It was like you would have.
Yeah, they was probably running.
Must have been like, what the hell?
Yeah, but that was, but those were definitely human footprints there. Might have been a feral human running around out there. Of course, that's even scarier thought. Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Pat, the concept of feral humans running around out there is a lot more disturbing to me than the possibility of a Sasquatch.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw the movie Wrong Turn.
Right? Yeah. Me too, buddy. And that's a fun movie. Actually, a fun movie to watch. I
can't remember that. I watched it though. I watched it.
The part where where they say grace over the human they're
Mhm.
going to cannibalize was
Yeah.
just classic.
It is. It is a false narrative of the Southeast. I'll say that. Like that's not how things are.
Okay,
down here.
you're what, Tennessee, Pat?
No, I'm North
You're
Georgia.
Oh, okay. So you're close. You're right at the Appalachian,
Yeah, I'm
close to it, aren't you?
I'm in the Appalachians. Yes.
So you could take a wrong turn up there, literally.
No, it ain't like that up here. I mean, if you want to talk shit, yeah, right.
Well, of course. But hey, there are those.
Place, you go to the wrong
Yeah,
place.
there are those
talk
areas.
shit. Yeah, we got rednecks up here that'll freaking kill you. No
Oh, yeah.
doubt.
Rednecks or hillbillies? Is there a difference?
I guess, yeah, maybe there is. We have hillbillies up here that'll fucking kill you. But really,
I used to make it.
You know, that's like going deeper into the Appalachians. You go to West Virginia. You go to West Virginia and parts of Virginia, and yeah, you don't want to make a wrong turn where you have the wrong. You don't want to sound too intelligent. Yeah. Like you don't want to be intellectual in West Virginia, parts of West Virginia and Virginia.
Yeah.
You don't want to be an intellectual. Like you could be an artist, you could be a photographer, you could be a film, cinematographer, doing film, and they'll respond to that. But yeah, you don't want to sound too smart up there.
Hey, you want to have some fun, Pat? I'm not going to give too much of the story away, but you can actually Google this and find the story. I used to make jokes to people that moved here about they go into the Comiskey Mountains down there. I said, just be careful for cannibal hillbillies. Okay, I was saying that as a joke, and somebody said one day, said, you might not want to joke about that because have you seen the newspaper over at McAllister? I said, man, what are you talking about? Apparently, there was these two men that had a place somewhere in the mountains there, and they were getting people to come up there, castrating them and eating their private parts.
Okay, that's scary.
The way they were caught is one of the guys that got out of there was bleeding out and made it to a hospital in McAllister. And when the authorities got there, they thought he was, making something up. But when they got there, they were actually keeping some of that stuff on ice in their refrigerator.
Wow.
This happened, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. But yeah, you can Google it, just cannibals in the Comiskey or something. Type in that, and you'll get to that story. I won't give you any more gory details, but that ought to be enough to go like, oh crap.
Yeah. I mean, people can be dangerous. I know
right.
You know that.
But the majority of people you run into are just good people,
Yeah. They're most people. Most people are not dangerous. I agree with that, and they don't want trouble. Even if they have the capability of being dangerous, like we all do, they don't want that. They're not looking for it. But still, go if you go out in the woods, go armed. Like at least have a sidearm, right? Something.
Oh, I always carry a sidearm, and it's people have made the mistake of saying like, oh, is that if you run into a Bigfoot or something? I was like, no, I'm not worried about that. It's, if you're out there by yourself, you run into a criminal element or something, which can happen,
Yeah.
So yeah, just for
Taliban
self-protection.
Taliban
What's that?
living in the woods. Taliban living in the woods. Yeah. Or
hope
ISIS.
not.
Yeah. ISIS living in the woods. Like, probably not. But still. I mean, just a bear, just one shot. Just one shot in the air for a black bear, man. They're gonna fucking tuck tail and run. And if they don't, then you unload that fucking goddamn magazine in their face, I've
only seen a black bear twice in the wild down there, and they're a pretty good population. There's enough. They have a bear season here. The one time I saw one, I was driving. The other, I was down there where you and I went camping, Cornell. It was in the trail, probably 50 yards ahead of me, and as soon as it caught scent of me or whatever, it bolted off into the woods. Never saw it again. So,
Of course not.
That's the way I want them to be too.
Yeah, they should always run because you don't.
Now
I
the
mean,
more
I don't want to kill any animal.
well, and I don't unless I'm going to eat it.
Right.
But the only animal out there that gives me pause are the wild hogs. They are very unpredictable. Most of the time they'll run away, but if it's like a mother with piglets or something,
Oh no.
they can be very unpredictable.
I would say that the wild hogs are more aggressive than the black bears.
Yeah.
Like
That's
any
what
wild
he's saying.
hog. Yep. Very, very aggressive
They
creature.
can be. I've walked up on them, and had them spook out from under, like in a briar thicket or something, right at my feet before. And man, but they've always ran away. But like I say, if they've got babies with them or something, they can be very, very unpredictable.
And that's the tough part. Is like I'll kill
Yeah.
I'll kill the fucking pig. So I will kill a coyote. I will kill a fucking pig. A wild.
Well,
pig.
the pigs are invasive, and they make a mess of stuff out here.
Mhm. Yeah, but I don't. I mean, I would never want to kill like a youngling. One of their
A young pig?
yeah, like one of their piglets or a like coyote pup. Like if anything, man, I'd take the coyote pup and domesticate it or try to like.
Yeah, I've never. There are a lot of people around that predator hunt, kill coyotes just for fun. I've never shot a coyote. I don't kill anything for the fun of it.
Well, they'll kill your fucking dogs. And I have a dog. Pete, come here.
Well, I don't have a dog.
Well, I do.
And the one I used to have, the coyotes would not mess with it. It was just too big of a dog. You got a little dog though; those are a different story.
He looks like a coyote.
Well, what happened to your dog, Dave? I thought you had Diesel.
What?
What happened to Diesel?
I don't have a dog.
Yeah.
I thought. What about the Diesel dog?
Yeah.
A beagle?
No, you had a dog called Diesel.
Diesel. Is what
Yeah.
saying.
No, that's my daughter's dog. That's Diesel. It would take a pack of coyotes to even put a dent in that guy.
I love that.
Man, you should have a dog where you live.
I was gonna do a video of him because he will just run right over the top of you playing. I was thinking about putting together a Dogman video with him as the star. But he's my granddaughter's favorite playmate. He takes care of that kiddo. But yeah, he's a huge dog. I used to, of course, they live closer to me now, but when they at the other house they lived in was right at the edge of the woods, and anytime I was out there, he'd see me coming and he'd go with me.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Diesel. He's the German Shepherd and something else. I don't remember what it is, but he's a big dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a pack of coyotes would see him and go like, yeah, it's not worth the effort.
I know. Yeah, they'll still attack.
But I mean, predators like coyotes, they're not. To my knowledge, anyway, I don't know them jumping on something that's more than they can chew. I mean, they're going to go after something they think they've got a chance against, for prey.
Yeah.
Coyotes and wolves are invasive too.
I mean, I saw a video of a guy that this was probably irresponsible. Like I would never do this, but he unleashed his pit bull on some yotes, and they fought, and he came back injured. He killed like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of pits.
No.
Yeah, but he came back with like pretty bad wounds on him.
Yeah, and
it's like, yeah, you're gonna get bit. It's just like any fight. Like if you fight, you're gonna get hurt. Unless you deal that knockout punch. But he was that pit bull was dealing with a pack of yotes. So I mean, constantly surrounded. Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't like
coyotes. I mean, coyotes are the most successful predator in all of North America. It's like whatever climate you drop them in, they'll thrive. Whether it's desert, forest, savanna,
It's
whatever, they
amazing.
thrive there. They're just, huh?
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean,
Yeah, they're highly intelligent.
they.
I mean,
Yeah,
they'll be. I mean,
dogs.
if I'm out here long enough, they'll be starting to call here in a little bit. They always come out about dark generally, and
Yeah,
you know, if I'm out here, they tend to shut up. But
yeah,
if I'm quiet, they'll really go at it.
yeah, they're flushing rabbits. I'm
Give me 1
guessing
second.
out in those fields that you showed, right? I mean, you
Yeah, they
showed,
did a.
yeah, they're flushing rabbits. That's what they're doing.
And
You know,
and rats. I was deer hunting one time a few years
or
ago, and I
that.
was
You know.
sitting at the base of a pond, and this coyote come up, and in this they call it love grass, these clumps of grass. I watched this thing for about 30 minutes as it would sniff around them, jump straight up in the air, come down nose first into one of those clumps of grass after rats and mice. So.
Right.
And he didn't
Yeah.
even, the wind wasn't in his direction. When I got up to leave, he saw me and just bolted. You know, I guess he probably thought he was goner. But no, I've never shot a coyote.
I almost did. Like I don't want to kill any animal, but
Right.
I had.
Well, I'm saying this without reason, you know.
I had one. Well, I had one come too close to camp one night. You know, and that coyote did not know that we were there. You know, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it started hooting and hollering like 20 feet away from my tent. And boy, I came out of that tent, man, guns drawn. I was ready to kill it. So
Yeah, around here where I'm at, if you had a coyote attacking a full-grown human, that coyote's rabid or something.
Yeah.
Because they just don't. They'd have something wrong with them.
Yeah. Like full blown attack, you're right. But if they think you're injured or something, they will surround you and like size you up.
Well, yeah, I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking from my own experience and stuff around here. In a different state, somebody may have a different, but here you're getting attacked by a coyote here where I'm at is unheard of, unless it's rabid or something.
Or if you break your leg in the middle of the field and you're injured,
I'm not going to do that.
No, well, they will. Like
now,
in that scenario, they will surround you and
now I did have my vehicle breakdown. I had a vehicle breakdown in the middle of the night several years ago down the road back here, and coyotes were near me and calling out. So whether they were sizing me up or not, I don't know, but they definitely were there and close.
I think they're probably more likely to do something in a pack, because I think there's the first recorded death of a coyote pack or something like that in Michigan a couple of years ago during the wintertime. That surrounded this like college age woman that was going through this field, and wrong place, wrong time, and I don't know.
Good grief.
I think probably in numbers they probably will go after pretty much anything.
Yeah,
and probably Brent, the desperation in the deep winter. How hungry are they?
Yeah, well, we just had another mountain lion. Yeah, we just had another mountain lion attack here. It was a malnourished male that they, kept attacking these two women. The women had to hold this mountain lion down with their bike, while the other one went and called help and had to wait for the ranger to come here and take it out. It's like it was so desperate.
Wow.
So yeah, the food does play a big factor in it.
Yeah. Oh shit, not that. Yeah. Oh wow. So you're talking about actual death, Brent?
Yeah.
From a yoke attack.
Yeah, it was a pack of coyotes. It was up in Michigan a couple of years ago during the wintertime. It was this lone lady who was just, I guess, wrong place. I don't know if they perceived it as something different or just whatever, but I don't know. Everything out there is willing to kill you.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's the ability.
Nature does not care. Nature doesn't care, right?
Yeah, I had this experience when I was out at the woods a couple days ago. I was out there trying to do a live stream, and this guy, right, it was a clear cut area, so a certain distance you can see I'm back there, right, and it's a dead end place. And then, so the person kept coming up, and like it was such a scene out of a movie because he was in it was like this shitty like blue Ford Ranger car that was like rickety, right? And it's just like he pulls up, and the way the sun was, I couldn't see him in the car, and my car was parked here. I had all my camera gear, like a cinema camera and all this stuff in the front of my car, like the front in front of where my car is on the ground there. And I'm in the back of the car trying to towards the back of the car trying to get the live stream going, trying to get a signal and stuff. And this guy comes and he parks like it was like 20 feet or so, and then he just sits there, turns off his car and just sits there, right? It's like I've gone out to the woods and encountered people where you just encounter people and they always turn away, run around, go away and all that stuff. But he stayed there in his car and just sat there, and then you hear this door open, literally like the creepiest creaky door where he just opens it up and he gets out and he has a gun, right? And it's a sidearm, but it's not it doesn't have the strap for it to keep it in, so you can like just pull it out and shoot. So you gotta anyway. So he got out of his car, walked up to the cameras, and said something about the cameras, and that's when I told him I was looking for privacy and stuff. And his whole demeanor, because he didn't look at me, he didn't say hi. If you there's certain protocols or etiquette that you do when you're out in the woods. You don't do this. Like, you don't do this. And so I had my gun on the side right here. So I was like, I had myself, I was turned sideways, just ready to draw because it was just such a bizarre situation. But it comes down to, it's like, you really don't know what you're going to encounter out there. I had like thousands of dollars worth of gear there. And, who knows if this guy was like some serial killer. It's like, why would he do that? I was like, man, I've just like, that's just weirded me out. Like just having that type of experience of, what happened if I wasn't armed or something. I mean, I don't know. But anyway, so it's always good to be armed for that reason. For people.
Agree.
What happened after that though?
Well, I told him, I'm like, hey, I'm looking for privacy, right? And I was literally like this, and he still's not even looking at me, acknowledging hi or anything like that. He's like, oh, because when he walked up to my cinema cameras, he was like, oh, you filming wildlife, huh? And I can't remember what I said or something. I was like, my mind was just kind of like, what the fuck, like this was a very weird situation. And then when I said, yeah, man, I'm just looking for privacy. He's like, he said something like, oh, that's what you want or something. I'm like, something like that. And then he turned and walked away and sat in his car for like ever. Right. And then just drove off, back down, drove off. And I heard his rickety ass truck, which is like, just going over the bumps. It was weird, man. It was so weird to have that happen. Like, I was really ready to draw. Like, I always keep one chambered when I'm out there, and I was like ready to draw because, it's like, it could have been nothing, right? It could have been nothing, but like all these signs were like, the whole gun that didn't have the latch, to keep it in the holster was off, and it's like, I don't know, weird stuff. So yeah, that was my crazy story out there with the weirdo.
Bigfoot. Yeah, screw Bigfoot. There's weirdos in the woods.
Yeah.
You're not gonna run into Bigfoot, but you're definitely gonna run into weirdos in the woods at some point.
Well, something that happened here about 10 years ago. There was a mother-daughter that was on a hike, and they were executed, and nobody still knows what happened. And I'm a part of this group that's a suspected serial killer along Highway 2, and there's a lot of people like trying to put these red strings together of really nefarious people out there, and trying to link all these different cases to them and stuff, which I don't know.
Is it all the native women that have went missing?
No, it's just random people.
Random. I'm probably thinking of Canada. There's some up in Canada too.
Well,
Yeah, there is.
Well, I mean, human trafficking is huge. Where I'm at, it's like one of the most heavily human trafficked area in the world, or not the world, but the country. Here in Washington, it's like, yeah. So people go missing for various reasons. The first search that I started to go on for search and rescue, what the mother is convinced to this very day that her daughter was abducted at the trailhead, created this crazy scenario to justify it. With what the hell. Anyways.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so people are bad. People can be bad. We've had shit like that happen in North Georgia too, Brent. There's a whole documentary about a woman, like people that were kidnapped and killed.
Well, wasn't there like over there on the Adirondacks mountain range, there was the hatchet killer or something that they had it took them a little while to find and actually catch, but he killed like multiple people over a certain time frame. Some weirdo out there.
Well, there's been a lot of weirdos out there. I'm not particularly familiar with the weirdo you're talking about in the Adirondacks because that would be upstate New York, and I'm 1,000 miles away from that.
Actually, I think we're saying it wrong. Dave, how do you say the Adirondacks?
Sounds right to me. Adirondacks.
Adirondacks?
Yeah, and Adirondacks. That's
Adirondacks?
Yeah, I mean, you're asking me, and I live a long ways from the Adirondacks.
I thought you pronounced it a different way.
Yeah, I would know. So,
you're making fun of my southern accent.
Oh no, because the vast majority of people
I make fun of it too.
Yeah, the vast majority of the people mispronounce the Adirondacks, and I can't remember what the true pronunciation was. And I thought that you said it, and for some reason I thought you lived closer to there. No. But
I'm 1,000 miles away at least.
Yeah.
I'm down in southeast Oklahoma. That's New York, isn't it?
Yeah, you're.
Adirondacks is upstate New York.
Yeah.
Appalachian chain is from Georgia to Maine.
Yeah.
To Canada. Yeah, and then where Dave is, that's the Wichita Mountains.
Oh no, it was
well, okay. Now, let me straighten this out a little bit. The southwest corner of the state, Pat, that's the Wichita Mountains, and that looks, the southwest part of the state of Oklahoma looks kind of like New Mexico. So these granite mountains and stuff there. Now, the Kiamichi Mountains are part of the Washita Mountains. There's Wichita and southwest. Washita is southeast.
Yes.
Yeah. And the Kiamichis is just a sub-range of that, but a lot of people just call it the Kiamichis generically for all of it. But
I agree. And what's interesting about those mountain ranges, especially I think the Washita part, is the east to west sort of.
Yeah, the Washita's. I think it's the only mountain range that runs east and west in the U.S. I think.
Yes. Yeah, not north. They do not run north south. They run east to west.
Those are the Bigfoot highways right there.
Yeah, I mean that's where the NOAC guys are. Hey Jeff, what's up, buddy?
NOAC, huh? NOAC. NAA.
Is my microphone working?
That's quite the group.
That's where NAWAC.
Sounds like
what now?
An 80s rock band.
Yeah. Are you familiar with that group, Cornell?
You asking me or Cornell?
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah. Is that the credible one or the uncredible one? There's two of them, right? There's the Pacific.
There is no credible Bigfoot group. What are you talking about?
All right, but there's one that's scientific in their approach, right? There's North
Well,
American.
the guy that
in the narrative,
the guy that kind of I don't know if he started it, but he was like the scientist in it. Alton Higgins, he's a wildlife biologist. But it's dyed in the wool. To them, it's an undiscovered ape, nothing more.
They want to kill one, right?
They did, and I read a book by a guy that wrote about that down there, and some of the way they were shooting kind of reminded me of Arnold Schwarzenegger and his crew firing into the jungle on Predator.
Yeah,
they were. They were
Well, that's-
shooting. They were, you know, if you read the book, I'm like going, dude, how did y'all not shoot each other?
Well,
they
one of the guys
did.
almost shot. Yeah,
They did.
Yeah.
They
Do
fucking
what now?
they got kicked off that property just for that reason. 100%.
Really?
Yep.
Yes.
It was a landowner's son.
They almost fucking shot one of the people that owned the land. Yes. And that's why they got kicked off that property. And that's why they're bullshit. And they should never be listened to or trusted ever.
Is
ever
this the Area
for
X
anything.
people, Dave?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Area X.
Well, but Pat,
even
it's not. It's
says-
a lot of it's not the same people now, from what I understand. I think the only one that I kind of knew in it was Alton Higgins, and that was from way back 20+ years ago.
maybe so. Maybe so. I get that.
Do what?
Yeah, I get that. Like, so 20 something years ago, an actual scientist was there and involved. Okay, cool.
Well,
But
and I think he still is, but I mean, but that was before anything called NAWAC or something popped up.
Yeah, but
What is it? North American Wood Ape,
Yeah,
something
it
or
used to
another.
Conservatory.
But,
Hey,
it used to
Cornell,
be
Rob
called-
Lowe went there on one of his TV show episodes.
Yeah. It
Is that
used
the
to be
one
he
called
did. I forgot about
TBRC.
Is that the one with Kathy Strain in it?
TBRC. It used to
Yeah.
be called TBRC. It's all
Oh.
BS. 100% BS.
Okay, I
and
know the
most of the shots from
TBRC.
Kenny-
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the same group. They changed their name to NAWAC.
There was a guy in that from Sulphur Davis area from here, and after I was in that documentary, he invited me to go off into the Arbuckle Mountains with him, and dude, it was in like July, like 110, and we got back. I said, dude, you know where you're at now? And I think we just about got lost in that stuff. Didn't find any Bigfoot evidence, but I was like, glad I brought water.
Yeah, that NOAA group, I offered my services for free, but I don't think I'm NOAC material.
Brent, you don't have to have them to take you down into that area. I can tell you where it's at.
Oh, I know I have the exact GPS coordinates, but just trying to
it's
offer my services for free.
But here's the deal with that. A good friend of mine is also a UPS driver. He bear hunts in that same area like every year. And I said, you ever seen any evidence of Bigfoot? He goes, no, but I ran into Bigfoot hunters a few times down there. So.
Well, yeah. And it's weird that a lot of people are leaving the group. It's like, well, if you have Bigfoot on this property, one of the most prized discoveries in the history of modern world or whatever, and they're just going to walk away and be like, nah, I'm sure someone else will figure it out. Which is weird that I'm sorry, I got a message here. I forgot I was going with that, but
Okay.
yeah, it's weird that they haven't in 20 years they haven't figured it out. Like they should, like in 20 years, and
Yeah.
So I was talking to Bob Strain in the coalition in a thread there, and I was offering my services, but he's solely convinced, and it doesn't seem like that they want an outside investigator to either help verify or help with the process, or 20 years, and it's really still subjective evidence. I mean, one of the big claims is their tags, and some of the testimonies from who we deem as credible people, like Kathy Strain and Bob Strain, who I feel they're credible people. I listened to Kathy's account there, and it's like, wow, that's freaking amazing. But
it's made up.
A lot of facts.
Totally
well,
made up.
the only reason
we don't need help verifying anything. We vet our own stuff. That sounds reminds me of Vault and his crew.
It's fair. We
honestly, and I said this to Cornell. We were talking the other day. It's like, I'm not trying to prove anything. I enjoy going out in the woods and looking for evidence. And if I don't find any, it's still fun to go out in the woods.
No, yeah, for sure.
But
so it's fun.
I like the fact that there's still some mysteries out there.
And you know what? Dave I'll be honest with you. I think that's the way the entire Bigfoot community looks at this subject, is that they only love the mystery, because what's the fucking fun? Where's the fun in solving the mystery? It's like, now we don't have anything to like be mysterious about anymore.
Well,
you know,
work it from the other direction, Pat. Work it from the other direction. There's nothing entertaining. There's nothing entertaining about trying to find the answers. If you're going to go out and apply research methods that you're honestly trying to advance the subject and find truth in this, there's nothing entertaining about that, because you draw a lot of zeros before you draw a 1 in your data. And that's just the way it is. It is a matter of perseverance and keeping going and making sense of it, and staying away from the narrative.
Yeah. So screw the narrative. Obviously, that's all BS. But once you find the answers, all the entertainment all comes in flooding at once. So if you
and there's also a camaraderie. Like, I mean, we 5 are sitting here talking about this subject. I mean, we obviously enjoy it.
Well, that's what it is.
We enjoy the outdoors.
But the camaraderie has parameters too, David. The reason why I'm enjoying talking to you 5 is because you're not fucking woo crazy, right? That's why I can talk to you 5.
Right.
Well, I was talking about obviously parameters. Yeah, I don't jump on a woo train and go out there sitting beside a tree that has a portal in it, supposedly waiting on the Sasquatch to come in and take me away to Oz or wherever. No, I don't. And I don't mean to make fun of the people that do necessarily, but that's not the direction I'm coming from. But like you, Jeff, you had listening to you recount your encounter, you had a very up close and personal encounter with one of these, followed by an observation watching it on a beach from the beach. So so
you tell us, Jeff. Like, you tell us, man. You look one in the fucking eyes. What the fuck are these things? Like, what are they from Planet Hairtron or not? Like, you tell us. We need to know, man. You got to tell us, man. Come on. Tell us what they are, Jeff. I'm serious.
Well, Pat, you're the only one that knows about Planet Hairtron. Maybe you've got an inside there. I don't know.
I've never heard of this place.
I don't fucking know, man. I throw that out there as an absurd.
Well, none of us do.
Yeah. So Jeff,
but out of all of us here, Jeff has had a definitive, up close and personal.
The most. Yeah. He's the biggest rock star in the goddamn Bigfoot world. I don't care what anybody says. He is the most credible account I've ever heard in my fucking life. Jeff, what the fuck are these things? Tell us.
Jeff, you got a fanboy.
I've never once in the probably dozen times I've shared my encounter online tried to claim to understand what these are. I mean, from a research perspective, right? I have to start at flesh and blood, because that's all I saw was something that appeared flesh and blood. I didn't see sparkles coming off it. I didn't see a portal or a spaceship or fucking shit like that. I saw a flesh and blood, what appeared to be a flesh and blood creature.
How wide was his shoulders, man?
Well,
I mean, did it really look like the Hulk?
I thought that it looked more barrel shaped, meaning its width from left to right, across the shoulders, across the chest, across the hips. There was no hourglass to it. It was what I seen straight on, had the mass that if you turned it 90 degrees and looked at it from the side, it wouldn't take on much different proportions. It was that, like I say, it was built like it was as thick as it was wide. It looked like to me.
That's a Kerry Arnold Bigfoot too. That's what his was like.
Yeah,
you know, I have an issue when I see
what?
some of these recreations or some of these descriptions that look so human. Like when you see my width or Cornell's width across the shoulders, and then we turn sideways, you're talking 50% from chest to back as you are from left to right. I didn't see that type of variance in this. It looked
just big and fat,
more evenly, you know.
Yeah. But okay.
But so, Pat, why would they look? Why would we expect? You know, you say it didn't have that V shape or whatever. Like, why would a creature out in the wild be expected to look like a professional bodybuilder that has to go on a specific regimen to get that type of build?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just
what Jeff's saying there, what Carrie Arnold said, that makes more sense to me, actually.
Yeah. I'm just saying what other people say. Like it looked like the Hulk. There's no gun that could ever fucking take it down. I'm like, I'm pretty sure if Jeff had a 12 gauge on him, it would have been a takedown moment.
People who make comments like that, people who make comments like that play right into exactly what I've been saying now for months. Is your only threshold of comparison is based on your life experience. People who say there's no gun that'll take it down are complete freaking morons who have no experience with guns.
That's ridiculous.
Because I'll tell you right now, go out and take a .338 Lapua and hit an 1,800-pound moose from 600 yards away and see what happens.
Yeah.
It's deader than shit, okay?
Yeah.
So you can't tell me that kind of stuff. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but it makes the story sound a lot better, though.
Even a small caliber weapon. There's an author. He was a big game hunter called Peter Hathaway Capstick. Wrote a book called Death on the Dark Continent, and he recounts, and this is a historical thing, of a European hunter being charged by a Cape buffalo and dropping it with a .38 caliber well-placed shot on it. That's not even debatable. That happened. So yeah, even a small caliber can do a lot of damage if you hit it in the right spot.
Damn right.
Well, and there's a lot of things
as far as Sasquatch, if it's a round that would kill a bear, if it's big enough for that, why wouldn't it take out a Sasquatch?
Hell yeah,
there's a lot of things to factor in, though. It's not just the size of a round or a weapon. Different rounds, different calibers, different bullet styles have different characteristics. Meaning a 223 or an AR-15 with a boat tail round shot at a considerable distance of 250, 350 yards, I could literally hit you in the shoulder and it'll come out your kidney, because that bullet can be tumbling when it's going. It's tumbling. It's not spiraling.
They're made to tumble. Yeah.
People don't understand the different characteristics in this stuff. So
yeah, that bullet is made for war. Obviously.
Yeah.
It's not to kill people, it's to take people off the battlefield. But whatever, dude. I could shoot a goddamn giraffe with a 12 gauge shotgun and fucking put it down.
Guys, I gotta sign out, okay? I'll talk to you guys later, okay?
All right,
man.
All right,
good night.
Here, bro.
See you, Cornell.
Like, you could shoot a giraffe with a 12 gauge shotgun. It's one of the biggest animals on the planet.
Well, you gotta tell me what you're shooting out of your 12 gauge shotgun. I can shoot a 9-shot dove load. You can shoot me with a 9-shot dove load from 30 feet away, and it won't do shit to me.
No, I'm talking about the most dangerous load you could put in there with a duck bill and all that shit. Very focused energy.
I'll take your word for it. I don't want to get shot by anything.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is what the SWAT teams carry, right?
Well, you shoot a slug through a shotgun at under 100 yards away. You're going to do some, I don't give a shit if you're shooting it at a Cape buffalo. You'll put a hole in that thing the size of your fist. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna blow, yeah, you're gonna blow it away. So, like, this whole idea, I don't like this narrative of, oh, it was so big that I couldn't have shot it with a gun. Not true. None of that's true.
Well, it's not that he's lying or anything. He just probably felt he didn't have the self-confidence that the weapon would do what, so it's just his perception of what he was seeing, and sure, it may make the story sound a little better too. But
I can tell you, when you see one, especially if you're going to see it up close, to see that kind of mass on a living, standing upright being, that kind of body mass,
right?
It is overwhelming, dude. It is overwhelming. I can see where your brain's ability to reason on, hey, can that round do this or do that or whatever? If I shot it with this, would it affect you? That's all chaos at that point.
Sure.
So to say, man, there's no gun I could shoot it with, that's the overwhelming feeling you have looking at it.
Okay.
It's not being realistic about what is a weapon capable of.
It's just mental. Yeah. Hey, Nikki.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
I came to talk to Cornell and then he left.
Yeah, well, sorry. I have no control over that. I apologize. Cornell's.
Hey, Pat will talk to you, Nikki.
I'll talk to you. I'll talk to anybody.
Guys.
We're all friends here, man. We're all friends here. I'll talk to anybody. What's up? What you got, Nikki? What you got? Something to add?
Not well. I mean,
yeah, throw it in. You know how it's Squatch talk, man. Come on.
I know it is. No, I came on. Sandra said, "Yeah, Nikki, go on," because I said it was too much testosterone on the panel.
We got to dial it back. Yeah.
No, I'm just ask me a question.
I don't know. What round do you think would take Bigfoot down or not?
That's the most dude-like question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a goofy question because you're not.
It really is.
The first thing I would ask is, do you have any experience with rounds? But
it all depends on.
I saw your show earlier.
I think any shot can take down an animal if you place it right.
Yeah, especially.
Well, put it this way: if you go to a meat locker and they're butchering cattle, they'll run in a 2,000-pound steer and they knock it in the head with a little 22 cartridge, and it hits the ground hard. So
and turns into my dinner around the campfire. Yeah.
I mean, not saying that everybody can shoot an animal right through the eye in the middle of a panic.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. I think it's a weird thing to apply to. I guess it's just people just trying to imply that it's just really big and massive, and that it's going to take. Going to need a bigger gun type of thing. Just like you need a bigger boat, is what it kind of comes down to. It's
okay. How about this?
I also think there's some argument that I don't believe in shooting one, and so therefore I'm going to take the position that there isn't a gun that's capable of doing it. Look, if your position is you don't believe in shooting one, that's fine. But now you're trying to present data to support your position just to do it, and it's rhetoric, to be honest with you, because it's not true.
Right.
But you're passionate about it, so you're going to say it.
How about this? Like, look, I know people in this world, like in real life, okay, that have nothing to do with Bigfoot, and these are fucking hillbilly redneck MFers. They are tough motherfuckers, man. If they ever saw a Bigfoot breaking into their chicken feed or all this narrative talk, blah, 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 they would shoot it in the face with their fucking shotgun in a heartbeat. Like they would never even think about it. They would just go cut, boom, right? And so that's not happening. And so what does that say? Like, these people exist. There are hardcore motherfuckers that would shoot one in the face tomorrow if they saw one. Not happening. It's 2024. Here we are, 60 years almost from the PG film.
That would probably lead back into the population question, like you were asking a while ago. They're probably not as common as we might think they are, and that the reason we do is because we are, getting information from unreliable sources that we just want the information to be true, but it's just once you really look and investigate it, it's not. And
the information is being manufactured like chopping firewood to stay warm at night, except we're not trying to stay warm. We're trying to get clicks on YouTube channels. That's exactly what they're doing, is creating data, creating experiences, creating stories to get clicks. And they're creating a narrative that is directing the overwhelming majority of this community in how they understand population and numbers of these things, not getting the truth that these are elusive and rare, and the idea that I can go out and expect in some type of an encounter is ridiculous. Or interaction or anything.
Never. Ever. No Bigfooter could ever plop right next to a Bigfoot, dude. You'd have to be 300 yards away. Like, if he was even half a mile in the woods, the two of you would never know you were there. Ever. You might as well be on a different planet. Half a mile.
Well, you'd have to assume that if they're going to exist 24 hours a day their entire lives in the wilderness, they have developed the ability to sense when you're there way better than you have an ability to sense if they're there, okay? At any distance. So the number of times a human is aware that there's a Bigfoot in their vicinity, or at least aware that there's something there, has got to exist at 1,000 to 1 ratio of how many times a Bigfoot sees a human in that area and says, I'm going to retreat before they even know I was here.
I'm turning around. You know why? That's elusive behavior.
Well,
that's what elusive
we are do. Humans are so unpredictable too. I mean, if they're out there and and they would have watched us, commit atrocities against Native Americans, against each other, against them even. And so, but they would have to be elusive because they are the only ice age animal that's left. The other ones all died out. They were hunted to extinction. Neanderthals were died out due to because humanity. It's just humans became the dominant species, and so you would kind of think that Bigfoot would have to be so good at being elusive to hide from all those ice age monsters and to still exist into modern times. It would have to be and put it in
man.
It's
DNA. 2024. This is not the 1960s anymore.
Yeah.
Guys and gals, this is not the 1960s. This is 2024. We have urban sprawl. We're everywhere. So they have to fucking go deep, like way deep into whatever it is, the Appalachians or Jeff, where you're at, wherever that deepness is, all of this Pacific Northwest, wherever that deepness is. They would have to go way the fuck back there. And not
I just don't get how we went 60 years. Yeah. How did we go 60 years from PG to now, though? I mean, listen, I'm looking at the news Friday morning. Friday morning, I'm looking at the news, and you know what's in it? Just in the state that I live in is 3 young boys that were like 10 to 12 years old were walking through a field in North Dakota and found a T-Rex bone. And now there's a whole skeleton there of a T-Rex. They're digging it out. Okay.
Nice.
Wow.
2 paragraphs after that, bottom of the page, is a saber-toothed tiger skull was found in a river over in Illinois by some canoers. Okay. That's one day. One day. And yet we went 60 years and nobody found shit from one of these.
Nothing.
Well, you did.
I don't get it.
You're the one that
You
saw
did.
it, dude. Yeah, you're the one that saw it, Jeff.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. There's plenty of people who've had interaction or a sighting or an experience with one of these. But I'm talking about, where's the femur? Where's the jawbone, dude? Where's the foot? That's what I'm seeing. These kids find a T-Rex fossil. You know how old that son of a bitch is?
But that's
in the middle of a field in North Dakota, they found it.
Yeah, but that's old. That's actually, like, fossils are different from remains. Remains are different. Remains are recent. Fossils are fossilized for a reason, right? You know,
Jeff, do you think it's
well?
Do you
how
think
old
it's
do you think these
possible
could be, Pat? I mean, you're talking about if one died in the last 50 years and was buried. Okay, we're looking at its remains, right? But if these things, how long do you think these have been here? Have they been here 400, 500 years? Certainly. I mean, humans have been.
Sure, it would have to be.
So why aren't we finding their fossils? We're finding every animal's fossils out there.
But we do. I mean,
every animal's fossils.
We found Bigfoot fossils. You know, we found, you know, those things that I can't pronounce because I don't have that pronunciation in my brain right now, right? Hyderbergendus, or, you know, all that shit. Like, whatever, you know, whatever. If you know, Meldrum was here right now, he would be talking. You know, he'd say we have found them. Gigantopithecus, not so much.
No, that's a big orangutan.
Yeah, definitely not Bigfoot related. Like, I don't care what Matt Pruitt thinks or fucking Meldrum thinks.
Well, there's nothing in what fossils we have of a Gigantopithecus, which is just a few teeth and jawbone, that would say that was a bipedal animal.
No, they weren't.
And how much of it in history has been found in North America?
None.
Zero.
And why would Gigantopithecus leave its area of Southeast Asia to make a trek across an ice bridge to North America where none of its native food is?
Well,
you could say that about a lot of things that did come across that.
Yeah, we did.
True.
Modern day humans.
But no great apes have been found over here, fossil-wise.
Us, we're here. We occupy.
We are.
Yeah,
but when y'all's talking fossil record, though, we haven't found any great ape fossils.
That was my point, David. That was my point. I mean,
right. I know what you're saying.
In one day, I'm reading the news, and here's a fossil of this, fossil of that. Last week, I sent a link to Doug Hychek that he featured on his show on how they found this 60,000-year-old fossilized cave bear.
I mean, they're rare. But maybe they're that rare. I mean, we don't have a lot of information on Neanderthal either. We don't have that much information on Denisovans, right? But we know that they existed. But we don't have a whole lot of Denisovans, yeah. So, like, we don't have a whole lot of, like, fossilization of them or remains. It's more remains than it is fossilization. But we know that the genetic code, we know that, you know, we have Neanderthal in our, DNA. We know we have certain parts of the world. Denisovan is more like heavy, like more prominent in people's DNA.
Wasn't that Eastern Europe where the Denisovan caves was?
No.
Was it not?
Southeast Asia, I think.
No, not the Denisovans, was it? I thought that was more in like a
that's more
Eastern Europe.
No, that was more the Asia side, on the like Australian side of Asia. Is the Denisovan DNA?
Okay.
So like Aborigines, they have the high. I think they have the highest DNA percentage of Denisovan.
Does any of them have a lot of hair covered their bodies? You know, like Bigfoot and all their characteristics.
No, the opposite. Just like Native Americans, like very little hair, right? Like very unhairy people, you know. Yeah, I mean, for real, like.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm 1/32 Native American, and I can't grow a beard. Like, I cannot grow a beard if I tried. If I didn't shave for 5 months, I would just look like a fucking teenager trying to, you know what I mean? I look like a bad teenager.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
Yeah.
I got supper ready in there, so I'm gonna have to go do that.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
Bye.
All right, you guys have a good one.
It's good talking to you.
All right, yeah, good, Dave. Have supper. So yeah, I mean, like, these things are, you know, are not like that. So, and Jeff can tell us. Jeff's our go-to guy. Hey, Jeff, you're the go-to guy.
Never claimed to know anything about
but
origins or any of that stuff.
Well, you saw them. Like, they're hairy, right? I mean, the thing had fucking hair on it, right?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think? I mean, could they be from Planet Hairtron? Maybe.
Not where I would start.
Well, it probably leads you more. They're more in the, more in the towards the gorilla and chimpanzee, wherever they fit on the tree of life, where the whole thing is.
Well, I think I like what Pat was saying earlier. When you look at different areas of the world and different dialects of people, and whose DNA aligns stronger with this or with that, right? The fact is there's a slot that this can fit into. I believe that. I believe that.
I always thought that.
I see that. I can't tell you the slot where it's placed and what two things it's between, but I've seen enough to know that from a flesh and blood standpoint, it makes sense to start there in research and set all the woo and supernatural aside, because there is a flesh and blood slot like every other non-supernatural, non-woo creature that exists has a slot. This one has a slot it can fit into.
I agree.
That's why I have to start there.
Yeah. I think that's a great starting point. You know, I really do. But I don't think that you can fucking plan a trip to your favorite campsite and you're going to be within 300 yards of them.
No, but I mean, I'm trying to look at the common sense, I should say, and I don't mean this in a condescending way to other people, but show me another of the 100 and whatever thousand species of large vertebrate mammals right now that exist that have a supernatural aspect that involves orbs or telekinesis or teleportation or any of that shit. It doesn't happen in any scientifically known mapped species. Why would we start there with this? That doesn't make sense to me.
Imagination takes hold. That's why. It's imagination. Brent? What's the fucking thing up there that nobody like? The rare animal.
Wolverine.
No, it's something. I want to say meerkat, but it's not that. It's
a fisher.
Fisher.
Yeah.
Those things. There's
Yeah.
like 3. They think there's like 300 of them left.
Well, they're constantly releasing fishers out here because I follow the.
I was gonna say there's a fisher population
Yeah.
in northern Minnesota and up into Canada.
Well, they just. I mean, I just saw something in the news. Doesn't mean it's true. Like again with the Joro spider thing that just happened here in Georgia. I'm like, they've been here since 2010. But like we're gonna, the government is doing 15 million acres or something to protect the fishers.
Yeah, they aren't that rare. They aren't that rare. There's no way.
I mean, I've seen
Wolverines are far rare.
I know a guy who runs a trap line up here in Manitoba, and he has a huge YouTube channel. It's called Trap Lines and Inlines.
Okay.
And he runs a trap line for wolves and coyotes, mostly wolves, but he runs fisher traps. They're like little boxes on the side of a tree that have an opening at the bottom that they put beaver castor oil in and stuff like that. And these fishers come running up this tree, stick their head in there, and it gets knocked right in the head and kills them. And they wouldn't even legally be allowed to do that if there was not that many of them left. So,
yeah, Wolverine's far more rare. That's why I think it's a better comparison to the Bigfoot phenomenon because, we rarely see them here. And as far as documented evidence, we'll get the occasional trail cam, the occasional eyewitness, and the occasional rare blurry picture. But we get them here, and there's only probably about 30 or so in Washington. They suspect, they don't know, but they're very rare. Like they suspect.
Have you seen the series of Alone where the guy killed the wolverine?
I think so. Yeah.
He was up in Alaska, and he had killed a moose and had built this huge platform up in this tree with a ladder to it that he would store his moose meat at to keep the bears and stuff from getting at it. And one night he heard a commotion going on and he forgot to take his ladder down. And he went out and looked, and he had his hatchet from his fireplace, and there was a frickin' full-blown, full-size wolverine there squaring off with him, and he killed it with his hatchet. Cleaved it in the head. And everybody's talking about how crazy this is because these things are so violent and fierce. But I didn't realize at that time how rare they are. After that, I had done some reading. You were talking about it the other day. I have seen one fisher in the wild up in the Big Sky area of Wyoming.
Wolverine or
Wolverine. And but I mean one, and I'm talking about in the thousands of hours I've spent, I've seen hundreds of almost every vertebrate animal. To only have seen one of something.
How many Bigfoots have you seen?
No,
only one, huh?
Only
so
one
there you go.
87.
It's a good comparison.
None in Wyoming.
That is a good comparison. Except Jeff wasn't looking for a Bigfoot that day. That's the fucking issue.
And the other thing is that I could have easily have not had that encounter. Had we showed up there, my buddies took a pee on the beach, and we got in that boat and left. That never would have happened.
Never happened.
Ever. The fact that I seen that game trail, walked up it, heard that cracking sound, didn't retreat from that. I mean, there's so many things that I could have just said, whoa, I don't know what's up there. I'm not going up there. And it never would have happened. That's why I say, I think when you look at this tiered system that it uses to, all it wants is for you to be gone. So it might start with breaking something. It might start with a vocalization. It might start with throwing something. I don't think it shows itself until you have ignored or not heeded a lot of things in that system to where finally it feels like I have to show myself this sumbitch isn't leaving.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
And in most cases, in most forested areas, it can choose to repel into the wilderness retreat into the wilderness and never let you know it was there. That would always be its first option. There's only a few times in which that might not be an option, and that's if it has young around, or if you're between it and an open area and it can't retreat back without being, vulnerable.
Sure.
Or in my case, on an island where it doesn't have that infinite wilderness to retreat into. I think there's certain things that could create a situation to where shit, just walking away and being elusive isn't an option here. I'm stuck. I have to try to get him to leave. I'm going to howl. I'm going to throw something. I'm going to do this. I don't think it puts himself in front of you, or in my case, shucks a piece of a freaking little log at me without exhausting other means before. I don't think it goes straight to level 5, so to speak,
Yeah.
But
it's kind of crazy to think, though, Jeff, about that situation happening today. Like, so if your situation happened today, you guys could have been in the boat, and right, you said it came back out on shore, so it showed itself, right? And you pull out, at that point, you pull out your fucking iPhone 15 and game over, right? I mean, game over.
It's not always that easy. I mean, because look at, compared to the Jeff sighting with that Wolverine.
You're in a boat.
Yeah, but
you're in a boat.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, in my case, that scenario, had it not been 1987, you would have had 3 young men, all 3 holding phones, having 3 shots of this thing, all being shot live at the same time.
Yeah.
And you'd have 3 different sets of video footage to compare it to. So if you would have looked at mine and said, boy, that kind of looks fake the way he steps there, you could see that step on 2 different cameras too.
Yeah.
That would have been...
That's my point.
Freaking... We wouldn't have had much more to discuss other than how many are out there.
Yeah, it's just, which, begs the question, why don't we get that type of footage now? What's the problem?
Like that same stupid shit should be happening, or will happen in the near future. Like, you can't ignore the probability of that. It will happen. It will.
Because all you do is you can look at people's Facebook, okay? They put up a picture, it's blurry as crap. And if you go to their Facebook page and you go to their photos, you see a shit ton of pictures with perfect pictures of their dogs, of deer.
What they ate for dinner last night, the concert they were at yesterday.
Yes, everything crystal clear. But their Bigfoot picture is just a blurry mass of nothing,
Yeah, but Jeff...
They got a picture of John Bon Jovi taken from the back of the arena.
Yeah, right, yeah.
750 feet from the stage, and you can see the freaking hair on his face.
Yeah. So, Jeff's pictures would have been great. I mean, like, once you get off the goddamn island and that thing comes out on the shore, you're in the boat. You're safe. Like, you're...
Well, I don't... I'll be honest with you, though, Pat. When I look back at this in retrospect, I don't know how great those pictures would have been. To be honest with you. I got... The youngest of us is sitting there coming undone, wailing, screaming.
Yeah.
He's not taking a picture of anything.
Right.
I'm sitting here listening to him while I'm trying to process in my head what just happened to me, and now what am I looking at on the beach? And I got my buddy trying to run a boat motor and get us out of that situation while looking at something he doesn't understand either, listening to his little brother freaking out. Who in that boat is at that point ready to say, ooh, let me collect my shit and get some good footage here? Nobody is.
Yeah,
nobody.
Maybe so. Yeah. Like, I get that, man. Like, young people at that time, or even with that capability, that's what you're saying. Like, we have the capability to pull these things out that we fucking always have.
Yeah.
And so I get it, like I get the stress. Like I can buy that. At the end of the day, I can buy the stress factor of like, oh fuck. Even if we had modern technology, I wouldn't have even fucking done shit, because I was so stressed out, like I get that. I do. Right, Brent?
Yep.
I mean, it's a thing, and I mean, so then what's next? Like, what do you got? Like,
well, we should go to the people who are claiming to have it on their property and really figure that out, huh? Their private property.
Well, who's gonna pay for that though?
Well, like actually a nonprofit.
Let me ask you something. If you could find 100 people that have made that claim, how many of those 100 do you think are when it comes down to it, are going to sign a deal with you, giving you permission to come onto the property? None. Most of them are lying, and they're going to be called out on it, and they know that's inevitable, so they aren't going there. And even the ones that think they might be there, that they're actually experiencing that, the majority of them are living in this dream world of I promised them I wouldn't photo them. I don't want to betray them. I don't want them to feel, I mean, it's
excuses.
We go from fraud to psychotic. Whatever.
No, I'm not doing
what
that.
In the middle is left there to say, here's 10 people. Could you find 10 people out of those 100 that say, yeah, this is happening. Bring your cameras. I'm going to let you have at it.
It's zero.
You wouldn't.
It's zero. It's none of them. Nobody has Bigfoot living on their property. It's absolute zero. I could never waste my time to investigate that. It costs a lot of money, travel time, stick time, all hotel time, all that shit, dude. Like, bring your pilot out there, fly the property and never see a Bigfoot. Never, ever, ever, ever see a Bigfoot. There's no way they're actually there. I know it's bullshit beforehand, which is why I'm on here, like, trying to tell people it's bullshit. There's no fucking Bigfoot around you ever. Not one of you motherfuckers in this Bigfoot world, you 300 fucking people, are ever gonna hit the lottery. It's not real.
Pat, what if tomorrow Brent goes out into the forest and sees a Bigfoot and he doesn't capture video of it, but he comes back saying, I saw it. They're real. They're out there.
Okay.
What then?
Oh, all right. Then I have to talk to Brent. Brent, let's have a talk. Like, did you really see a Bigfoot, or did you see a shadowy figure?
Well, let me just say this. I think that what we're dealing with is okay. If Brent went out there and said, hey, tomorrow I'm going to go for a walk, and he goes out there and the next day he comes back and says, dude, and he's visibly shaking, filming himself, talking about this experience, saying, I saw one, whatever. Okay. That versus him saying, we're going camping this weekend. We'll let you know if we see something. And they go out for 3 nights with 2 other Bigfooters and comes back and says he saw something. Okay. 2 different scenarios. And I look at it as motive. I look at it as if you were in court in front of a judge and a jury saying, this is what happened to me, I swear. What is the prosecution going to present to try to show that you're lying? Motive. They're going to say, Here's why he's lying. I can't prove that he's lying. I wasn't there. I don't have the video. But let me show you why, in his character, what he's done up to that point that would show you why he's making this up. He's got a YouTube channel. He told people he was going camping. He said it was going to be a high-value target area. He was bringing experts with him. They were bringing all their cameras. You present that in court, the jury's like, fuck this guy, throw him in jail.
Yeah, exactly.
If you say I was just out walking my dog and this happened, the jury don't have that to nail you to the wall. That's the difference in what we're seeing here. A lot of times.
Yeah. Bigfoot on the brain.
I find more valuable information from random, even YouTube channels that have nothing to do with Bigfoot that talk about their experience versus like the Squatch watchers going out there and, you know, finding Sasquatch again, you know, because you find it every time.
Again.
Yeah.
Oh, Brent. Again? Did they find him again?
Every time, man.
Like no, not every time.
They're the most successful Bigfooters in the world. I now concede I am the worst Bigfoot hunter in the world because, you know, wherever, you know.
Well, you should go where they're going because they're
I do sometimes. I do, but they leave. The Bigfoots leave. That's the problem. They leave. I get them to leave. Apparently, I'm a dick, and they just pick up my vibe and they just leave because wherever when I go there, it's like, and I go, you're just not there.
You are a total fucking dick, man. You piss the Bigfoot off, they go running away.
Yeah.
But you know why? Because you know why? You know why? Because you plop right down next to him.
Yeah.
He gives them motive to hate him.
Yeah, and they don't even let me know that they're hating me. They just up and leave. So it's like, oh, I'm like a Bigfoot like deterrent. Yeah, I feel them flipping me off when they're walking away. Like, God damn, this dude.
Fuck you, Brent.
Yeah. Don't you remember Tracy Arnold? Do you remember Tracy Arnold?
That rings a bell.
He had a Bigfoot experience, okay, but he didn't capture it on video.
Isn't that Carrie's brother?
No.
Isn't that Carrie's brother?
No, not related.
No. They pretended they were like cousins, but I don't think they were really related.
Oh, okay.
He captured video of himself immediately after the visual of the Bigfoot. Okay. So what you're seeing is just his face and him continually looking back and how his face looks and how it doesn't look how he normally looked. I thought it was really captured the moment, and he couldn't even talk. And that video is still out there as far as I know on his channel.
I could do that.
It was one of the few that I run into that looked legitimate. Like he saw something.
I could recreate that right now, right here.
Yeah.
You
could.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Because I mean, I'm an actor. Sorry, I'm an artist. I'm an actor. I could fucking totally go into some kind of mode where I went to that place, and I could be extremely convincing. In fact, I could blow your minds. Like I could do a prediction trick right now and blow your mind with that. You know, like so I can do that shit. People can. They're capable of fucking, you know.
But then you got to factor in risk and reward, Pat. What are you risking doing that?
Nothing.
Absolutely. You know why? Nothing. You know why? Because you don't own your own business that makes $1 million a year. You aren't a law enforcement agent. You aren't somebody who's going to lose a fucking job for making this claim that you're making.
True.
You're not going to lose your livelihood. You're not going to lose investors that you depend on for your business. You're not going to lose any of that because you're not risking that when you make that claim.
Right.
And a lot of people, that's another thing that I look at. When I hear somebody making a claim, I say, okay, what do they stand to gain from it? Well, look at what Raptor's been preaching for a couple of years now is you're making these claims with no evidence. You're doing it for the money. You're doing it whatever. But a lot of truth to that. A lot of truth to that. Okay.
There's no money for us.
But now I got to
There's no
ask
money for
myself,
us.
what are you risking? And some of these best encounters that I can put stock into hearing and finding value in are coming from a source that has skin in this game. When you hear a deputy, sheriff's department deputy saying, this is what happened to me, dude, right away, you're looking at that from a different angle. This guy's going to lose his career potentially if he's full of shit.
Maybe.
And he knows that. And yet he sets it aside to say, I can't keep this from people. This is what happened.
Yeah, I mean,
what's the risk versus reward in that?
Who's paying?
He gets no reward.
Yeah, I get you, dude. Like I'm not saying that people don't see these things. You're sitting here right now with me, going, "Hey, I saw one of these motherfucking things," and I'm not saying to you, "No, you didn't," you know. So some people see them, but they're not Bigfooters. It's not Bigfooters. It's not the lottery, dude. It's not the 200 goddamn people that you pick for the lottery. And I say,
Donald said something earlier that I thought was interesting about that. What he said about the feral humans when he talked about when he had a sighting.
North America, man.
No, listen. My point is that, okay, Pat, I get that's your opinion, okay?
No, go ahead.
I'm trying to comment on what Donald said was his opinion, okay?
Yes.
And it aligns with something to some degree of what I shared with you the first time you probably ever had a conversation with me about my encounter. You asked me, how positive are you that you were standing in front of a Bigfoot? And I said 95%. And you said, why not 100%? I said, I have to leave a 5% room of error that I was looking at some sort of a feral human that evolved outside of its niche. There was enough human qualities about it that made me feel like I don't know what other animal to compare this to.
Sure. I mean,
closer to than a human, right?
Yeah,
and because of that, I had to leave that 5%. I couldn't defiantly say 100%. That's Bigfoot. Fuck everything else. I can't do that.
All right, so you, me, everyone here right now, we are all modern humans. 100%. We're all modern humans. So like, some idea of a feral human is a modern human that got lost in the mix, and that has happened mostly in Russia, because Russia's a fucked up place. So there have been like Russian kids that have been abandoned and like raised by wolves or whatever, blah 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 blah. And they, guess what? They get recaptured by modern humans, and they can't fucking talk because they never learned those skills, right?
And let me just say this. If that could happen in Russia, I will say this. Prior to us establishing in North America, the white man coming here, right, and building a country, prior to that, back it up 300 years or more, that could happen here. You can't be looking at it in our modern view of that can't happen right now. I get that can't happen right now.
It could have back then.
But it could have. And that's not that long ago, dude. 300-400 years ago to have something like that happen is not.
What is that? Like, it's a few hundred generations, right? Like,
I don't think no, a few 400 years ago would be how many generations?
Every generation is about 20, so
be about 30
10,
generations.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, how does that happen? Like,
well,
you know,
let me just say something to consider here. 30 generations ago, something like that happens. You would typically say, when looking at animals, well, look at how many offspring would have been presented over time, over 30 years. 1 or 2 or 5 would have turned into 420 by now, right? No, that's not the case. When you look at low survival rates and all this stuff, that these things probably endure in those climates.
Correct.
You know, it could be exactly what we're looking at. I don't know the origin and I don't know the explanation, but I think we're looking at the decline of a population.
I agree.
In its last moments.
That fucking thing you saw that day, Jeff, is dead. And its fucking kin is dead. Like, that's the way I see it. You know?
I think that however many there were 300 years ago in North America, and how many were 200 years ago and 100 years ago and today, that those numbers are declining. They're not expanding.
No.
I don't believe they are.
These things are going extinct. To be honest with you, I think they're already extinct.
But if they were
how could it be, though? They're seen everywhere in the lower 48. Everywhere.
Say, if they were being, Pat.
Oh,
if
that's what's being claimed.
If the community's narrative of occurrence was indicative to how many there are, this thing wouldn't even be fucking endangered, let alone extinct.
Oh, no. It'd be on the news every day.
Like, it'd be voting in every election.
It'd be voting. It'd be voting. You're right. It would be. You're right. It'd be voting. It would be a species. Like, holy shit. Like smart monkey species voting. Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I mean, obviously, dude. I mean, it's got to be one or the other, right? I mean, they either are the most elusive and rare creature on the face of the fucking planet, especially like if we talk about upright walking, right? Upright walking things, 2 feet bipedal, or they're fucking from planet Hairtron.
I would say, or there's a supernatural explanation.
Yeah.
Which is what I've said when talking about, could they exist in Long Island? Could they exist here? Could they exist in the UK?
The UK.
Only if there's a supernatural explanation.
Only.
To what they are. Yeah. That's the only way that works.
But it's funny how they never show up in downtown Chicago. They never show up there.
Well, it depends who you ask. I bet you can find people in Chicago that say they've seen them.
Oh, yeah. You can find that.
For sure, there's people in Seattle who say they've seen them.
Sure.
Yep.
You can
in
find
downtown at the bus stop.
Right. Those.
As a matter of fact, I remember Steve Stockton from Missing Persons, large channel, 40,000 people, shared a story that somebody was sharing about seeing one in Seattle at 3 a.m. on a rainy night.
Cool. Well,
in town.
You know what? I fucking saw one in downtown Atlanta 20 years ago. All right, so I could say that too. Like, anybody can say anything they want. What we want is evidence, right? Evidence.
Evidence is also subjective, because you ask some crowds, they'll be like, there's an abundance of evidence. We just won't accept it. But in reality, if there's evidence to prove Bigfoot exists, we wouldn't be having these discussions. Yeah, so it's really subjective when it comes to evidence, which makes the subject more frustrating, because it just makes the discussion a lot harder, because we're working off what somebody believes is evidence. But in reality, there's no scientific reason to believe it.
Evidence too. If you ask me, what are the top 10 things that I can glean from the history in this community that reinforce my belief that these are real? One is obviously my encounter. I look at the Patterson-Gimlin film and lean that direction. There's
too.
maybe 2 or 3 other things that are of physical evidence nature that I would add to that. But in that list of 10 are going to be about 5 encounters coming from incredibly vetted sources that I feel had there was too much to risk to lie about it.
But
I
it's not.
look at those. Are they evidence of it? No. But they do influence. If you want me to rank the top 10 things, they do influence my belief in this. More so than any other physical evidence that was presented. I will take an encounter of somebody that I have looked at, vetted, and listened to, and consider a source of integrity.
Right.
I will put that above a fucking casting of a footprint that somebody can't. That somebody took somewhere, and you know, I'm sorry, I will.
Yeah, you're right, Jeff. I mean, but at the end of the day, man, anecdote can never be.
It can't prove anything.
It just can't.
But it can shape your opinion if you've correctly looked at the source and the integrity and the risk and reward in that situation. Did it make sense for them to do? I mean,
no, I get that, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with anecdote. I'm not trying to take anecdote out of the picture. All my point is that your fucking anecdote does not shape my reality.
No.
It can't.
No.
Never can.
Never can. You know what? My anecdote can't shape science's reality or the definitive parameters of reality. But your personal reality, I could shape that all fucking day long, Pat.
Well,
we can talk about who's the best rock band in the world. And you can say, I think it's these guys. And I say, well, have you considered this? And you're like, oh, shit, I never thought about them. Those guys are awesome. I just shaped your reality of who's the best rock band in the world.
Yes, sure. We could have like rock band subjective conversations all day long. But when it comes to, if Jeff Harding says that I have a Lamborghini waiting for me outside my door, that doesn't make it real. Ever.
No, I understand that. But the statement of anecdote cannot shape my reality. My is the key word there. Anecdote can't shape reality is even a false statement because we see it happening in the droves on YouTube. Anecdote is shaping the reality for thousands of people every day who are flat out fucking wrong, dude.
Well, yeah, I get that. You're right about that. Is that anecdote can mislead people? Absolutely. And that's what I'm fighting. Like, I think that's what my whole PR campaign is about, the narrative.
Right, all those encounter story channels are shaping everybody's minds on what believe in.
Their minds.
Well,
that's what Sasquatch Chronicles has been doing for a decade now.
Absolutely.
There's a dozen Sasquatch Chronicles out there. Dozens. I was running into a bunch of them doing some other research.
Brian's channel.
I'm like, I didn't even know about this channel. 182,000 followers. Never heard of this channel.
Really?
And all
Are you serious? 182,000?
Something like that. Yeah.
Really?
Now I wish I had wrote it down.
It's Bigfoot's the new creepypasta. Since there's not a lot of solid evidence out there, people are add to it like the Superman effect, and Bigfoot can now do this and that, and it's everywhere. It can do this, cloak, blah blah blah, and it's just.
With AI, they're making cool videos to link to the stories, and it's very visual.
Well, look at those outside of this community who have skirted it as a featured subject in the venue that they present. Look at Les Stroud. Ask Les Stroud what's the 4 most popular Survivor Man episodes he's ever made. All Bigfoot. Every one of
Really?
them.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them.
I wouldn't even know the stats, but like I don't
Anybody, if you look
disagree.
at look at Rob Lowe, he wants to make a season show on him and his son touring and looking at paranormal stuff. You know, the haunted prisons and everything are cool. The fact is, you know, people are looking at this stuff saying, hey, if Rob Lowe would have done a show where him and his son go review restaurants, do you think that would have got the attention that this did? You know?
Yeah, only if he did it you know,
those who
Gordon
are
Ramsay
skirting
style.
in this.
Yeah, only if he did it Gordon Ramsay
I just think
style,
that those who are skirting into this topic, I just seen it the other day where one of the YouTube channels that I follow is Danica Patrick, okay? Former IndyCar racer, former GoDaddy bikini model, right? NASCAR driver, first woman racer in NASCAR. She has a channel. She's very serious, very smart woman. She has different guests on almost every other day on her channel. And they talk about relationships and health and all kinds of different subjects, raising children. She had one on the other day about ghosts and the paranormal and whatnot. Dude, that show has got more clicks than anything she's done in the last 2 years. Anything. It's just crazy how when people skirt into this as a subject, that once they experience that, they can't stay away. They see the entertainment and the perspective of what it attracts, you know.
Well, that's probably how the How to Hunt guy really stuck around and realized it was a good cash cow. And
he's going to be one of 1,000 hunting guides out there with a YouTube channel, or do you want to be the one who talked about Bigfoot?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And you know, he capitalized pretty well off of it because it came out of left field from the channel was historically about hunting, nothing about Bigfoot, and now here, you know, boom, there it goes. But you know, the thing with story channels, it's there's not, you know, it's not like you can disprove them or anything like that. It's just one of those things where it's just part of the subject now, and just, you know, I think it's more about giving people the tools and understanding and examples of what to watch out for. That's why I name people and like bring people up. It's not to cause drama. It's to give people examples of, look at these people out here. Like, you won't, like, I could say that these people are there's people out there hoaxing, but how about I show you these people are hoaxing? And that's what I do. And it gives people, I think, better understanding of what's going on in this subject to develop better tools. And, you know.
Well, and I think that sometimes we see people using these people as a way to prove a point. I don't know how many times I've heard when people are talking about Todd Standing, we want to talk about, is he full of shit or not? You know how many people have gone to the whole, well, Les Stroud looked at it and said he doesn't believe this or that, or Jeff Meldrum said that his words were, you know, this or that. Why don't just tell me Billy Bob says this or that? I mean, I don't give a shit about what those guys think. I can look at this and tell he's full of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't need Jeff Meldrum, an accredited person who is an expert in locomotion, to give me their personal view that Todd Standing's full of shit, to know that Todd Standing's full of shit. I don't need a Jeff Meldrum rubber stamp. I'm not even sure how the Jeff Meldrum rubber stamp got to be so valid and valuable. He's a locomotion expert who's a professor who has decided to say, I will take my career and put it at risk and go against everyone else in my scientific community, or at least many of them, and make these claims and my opinions public. Kudos for that. But does that make him an expert on anything other than locomotion? I don't know that it does. it subjected him to hearing a lot of stuff from different people and accumulating a lot of, knowledge from other people. But I don't know what kind of an expert it makes him. Same as Les Stroud. Les Stroud, Bear Grylls. Those two shows competed for a decade.
Yeah.
Who is the most survivable guy in the outdoors, right? And because he was such an expert on survival, now all of a sudden he's a Bigfoot expert. Why?
Yeah.
I don't get it. What made him that?
Nothing.
But yet people will use him as a rubber stamp. Well, Les Stroud says. I see that happening so much with Jeff Meldrum now. I can't believe if I'm Jeff Meldrum, I'd be nauseated by it.
He should be.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid. They want to be accepted. Everybody wants to be accepted. And
that is true, to be a part of the reindeer games. And if you go against the grain, you're going to not be a part of it. And people aren't going to even want to associate with you that are in those circles, to the point where it's just like, man, it's such a joke.
It's time for Jeff to have a fucking different discussion, man. Like, he just does the same thing over and over again.
I think he's gotten lost in, the one thing that projected him as an expert was that he was an expert when it came to locomotion and those anthropological opinions,
the foot
right?
morphology.
Yes. Okay, I get that. That's where I found my value in him. 1,500 freaking Bigfoot conferences later. And I don't know that most people can tell you what he's an expert in anymore, Pat. Your average conference guy, if you said, what is Jeff Meldrum an expert at? He's an expert in Bigfoot. Man. He's an expert in Bigfoot.
Yeah.
There's no locomotion.
There's a reason. There's got to be some reason, dude, why his people around him in the scientific world don't have his back,
that is kind of a concern. Like, it really is.
And so, like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys right now. I pulled the fucking trigger. I said, fuck it. I will debate Meldrum. I reached out to James. I reached out to James at Modern Day Debate and said, fuck it, I'll debate Meldrum. Like, for real. Like, I would debate him. And whatever. Like, nothing ever came of that. Obviously. Like,
well, you can always make a video of a type of interview setting of the questions you would have asked Meldrum, and put those questions out there, have a little fun with it, and you can still maybe create a discussion around what you're going to talk about.
I can tell you that anybody who is making a living off of what they've created of an image of themselves, which he is, okay, what he draws for a paycheck for being a professor at the university he's at is a fraction of his annual income right now. Okay. He speaks at over 20 conferences a year, Pat.
Yeah. But
I used to live in Pocatello, and it is dirt cheap to live there. He can easily live off his Bigfoot stuff and like still hold a lot of money. Keep it saved up there.
I don't think it's cool to like try and dig into his personal business.
No, I'm not. But the reason why, let me say why I bring that up. I make that comment that anybody who is making a living off of the image they have created is not going to walk blindly into a debate with anybody without understanding specifically what you want to debate about and what your position is.
Well, he's already participated in 2 Bigfoot debates.
But I think it's more about the general. If you would probably have a deeper discussion because you have a more intimate knowledge of him and his past and his whole contribution to the subject. So it would probably be a lot different of a debate than those generic ones that he's probably done, you know, where it's the general questions.
He did those 2 debates and they were lame because the people that were like debating him, like even though Erica, like she's a primatologist, you know, and like, so that was, I mean, there were some challenging things, but the most challenged I've ever seen from him to him was these outdoor guys. And I couldn't even pull that up right now, but these outdoor guys invited him on their podcast, which, you know, big podcast, whatever. And they're outdoors, like outdoor guys, right? And they're like, hey, let's bring this Bigfoot guy on. And they challenged him like highly intelligent. Like I was shocked at the way they challenged him. And he kind of failed, to be honest with you. Like he did not win that conversation, I can tell you. Like as me, and you knew. I mean, I'm a Bigfooter, right? You know.
I will tell you that I don't think it's normal for him to get challenged often. Certainly not when he's in these conferences giving these speeches and whatnot. Not when he's guest speaking at areas presenting his opinions on things. But I will say this. When you're going to challenge him on something outside of locomotion or, you know, foot morphology, things like that, that he is definitely an expert on and can give you a definitive opinion, okay?
Right.
You challenge him anywhere else, he will appear to have gotten beat in that conversation because he does not take hard positions on things outside of what he is an expert on. He does not do that. He sets himself up for failure when he starts trying to talk and get grilled about something that he's not accredited in.
Yeah.
He's vulnerable in those circumstances.
He is vulnerable, but he's also he's a very smart guy. He has his kind of lawyer ways about
That's
him.
what I'm saying. He'll back out of giving you a definitive answer before he would commit to one.
Right.
If it's not having to do with morphology and
we agree on that. Yeah.
I mean, you know, the thing that I'm disappointed, like with Meldrum, when he does present stuff about Freeman, is he doesn't include the entire history with Freeman, so we can get a better understanding of, like, you know, what Jeff is presenting in the Freeman tracks. You know, we can get a.
I hate that.
And he's taking the Doug Highcheck approach in that, Brent. You know dang well, as soon as he does that, he has ostracized himself from half of the invites of interviews and to speaking engagements that he gets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You will light the half of that world on fire.
It's all political
when you take that position.
It's all political.
Exactly, which is kind of the problem. That this should be a research subject about some sort of thing that's out there in the woods that everybody's, you know, seeing. It shouldn't be some political, you know, group and you know, like like NOAC, you know, they just are so focused on trying to create this group and trying to like do podcasts and do conferences. It's like, why don't you just go out and solve the mystery? Why create all this stuff around it? Just go do, you know, what should, you know, they should be doing in 20 years, you know?
20 years, Brent.
But it doesn't happen because, you know, it's just
years.
You know, you know, I know like the OP is like really highly regarded, but you know, here locally, you know, it's not, you know, among Bigfooters. And that's from a lot of different Bigfooters. I know a lot of good people in there, but they're not like, they're not what people think is what's going on there. And I don't know, probably digging a hole with that one there.
That's all
well,
right.
there's just so many people who don't offer a good reason
they're local.
for taking their positions. So many people just don't give a good reason for holding the position they do. I don't need you to get political about it. I don't need you to light half the world on fire and screw up your opportunities for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, if people ask me, why don't you believe in dogman? I give the generic answer of, I don't see the physical slot that it fits into. And as a researcher who starts from a flesh and blood standpoint, I can say this: if dogman's real, there has to be a supernatural aspect for it, because there is no physical scientific slot for it to fit into. There just isn't. Okay. Now, I don't give a shit who you are. That answer should not ostracize you from being. I've left it open that I'm not saying they can't exist. I'm saying if they do, there'd have to be a supernatural explanation, because there's no physical
100%.
way.
No, humanity.
But
humanity
people
would have
that.
wiped them off the face of the
But
planet.
people won't do that. That's my problem. If you ask Jeff Meldrum that question, he's going to say, you know, I don't have an opinion of it, or I don't, you know. It's like, dude, I can't take you serious about this if you're going to avoid all of this.
Maybe I'll try and get Jeff back on.
Boys, CYA, cover your ass.
Right.
When in the public like that.
Yeah.
You know, and we continue to do that.
Yeah. I mean,
more, right, for people who really want to go out there and research, to get out of the social media completely and just quit all this.
Yeah. But I mean, research what? You know, like, research what? I mean, like what Jeff is talking about doing with the mosquito thing, that's interesting. Okay. That's
I can tell you this. Yeah. If I was to continue to do a weekly show on my channel or on Untold or anywhere else and try to talk about that throughout the process, I'm going to jeopardize one of two things. Either the relationships with the people I'm working on this project with who aren't from this community, who are established in science using these techniques already, okay? I will put that at risk, that they'll say, dude, we don't need you talking about this. We don't want to be a part of that conversation.
Right.
We're looking for a definitive answer at the end of this, A or B.
Yeah.
And until we have A or B, there is no discussion. That's the way they approach it.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be approached.
Nothing good comes from talking about your research if you don't have data to present to consider at that point.
What research? There's no research. That's my point.
For real. I mean, well, you also got to look at it. There's not also a lot of people out there seriously looking in a way that they need to be looking and taking research seriously. You know, anything past LARPing, because I just don't see a lot of people out there doing what needs to be done, because we don't have the resources. You'll see primarily weekend warriors, people who don't, you know, have the training to run a research project that has so many factors taken into that you have to take into account, especially the whole mental of keeping a bias-free investigation and stuff. And it's a hard.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not looking for answers to the mystery. What they're trying to do is amass experiences that expand their ability to have a conversation on the subject.
Yeah.
So the more experiences that I can have, the more knocks that knock back at me, the more whoops that I hear, the more this and that, the more people that are with me when I hear it on these outings. And I can say, well, this person was with me. Ask this person. They'll tell you, we were out there. This happened, whatever. They expand these experiences so that they can become bigger in a conversation on the subject.
Yes.
They do nothing to advance the science.
Yes.
Nothing.
No shit. I mean, we could solve this tomorrow.
I can, right?
Solve it tomorrow. Like, maybe not tomorrow, but come October, we can fucking solve this. You know, Like, it's so easy. It's like, oh,
There
there's
will
I'm
never
just
be time because people need to pay their bills, and to pay their bills, they have to work. And unless somebody comes forward and gives somebody a grant or funding to do that, to spend 3 months out there out of the year.
So that's
You
a
don't
good
need-
that's a good
I don't
comment,
need
Nikki,
3
because
months.
I'll
I
be
need
honest
3
with you.
minutes.
What you just brought up, Nikki, grants aren't hard to get. And if you want to partnership with university professionals who are already working in science, what you need to do is come up with an idea of how could we go out into the woods and test these theories that people are putting out there. Okay.
Well, there should be biological evidence.
No, aside from that, though, Pat, if you would knock and you get responses, not will you get a response, but what is the response you are getting? I want to put that to a test. I want to partner with people outside the Bigfoot community from a University of Idaho or somebody who has an outdoor science program. Okay. And we're going to put in for to get a grant to do that for $50,000. And we're going to buy a camera, we're going to buy a drone, and we're going to go out and get the gas, and we're going to go out and spend 10 weekends studying this, and we're going to produce our results and show what we've found and what we've come up with. Who's doing that? Because you could do that, dude. Anybody could do that. Walk into the University of Michigan or one of these places that has a huge outdoor program and say, I want to test this. They would look at it and say, that's interesting. Let's do that.
Yep. Nobody's doing it.
And nobody's doing it.
Nobody's doing it.
They're just going out there with their audio recorders on their own. You know why? Because they can't be wrong if they don't bring the university. They can't be wrong if they don't bring people outside this community.
Right.
They can control that narrative.
Narrative. That's it. That's all it is. It's feed the narrative.
And the biggest thing is they can build on their resume of experiences to hold their own and be big and important in these conversations on the thousands of channels out there.
Yep.
Hey,
and be invited
Brent
to all those.
He was with me when we heard this, which doesn't prove shit.
Never, ever.
Yeah, but those people also get a good reward too by making those fantastic claims, by getting invited to all those conferences. You know, they even put it on the conferences and stuff. And
go to the conference.
Yeah.
It should be the four of us at the conference.
Nobody is interested in what we have to say because it's not pro Bigfoot.
Never.
Like I'm probably like a great example of being. I'm like a great example of being ostracized in the subject because I say what you shouldn't say because of you don't get invited to those Bigfooting games. You know, people aren't going to want to associate with you and all that stuff, all because you don't want to toe the line of a lot of the BS that's kind of going on.
Well, you have to be a personality.
Like, I think also that, you know, if I was to be a part of a round table and like if me and Brent and the four of us were in a round table and we had a Meldrum and we had a whoever, three or four other people, let's get some big freaking pro Bigfooters that are, you know, we're going to go out this weekend and guarantee you something's going to happen. Let's get those guys at the table. Let's have real conversations like this because I'll tell you,
shoot them down. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
The part that people are going to get pissed at me about is I'm bringing two perspectives to this. I'm a knower. I know they're real. I had that experience I had in 87. And then I followed it with 9,000 hours through a spotting scope after I went to the Big Sky Guide School in fucking Wyoming to be a hunting guide and spent decades hunting, guiding people in the most remote areas of North America. And in 9,000 hours through a spotting scope, I haven't seen one. So this idea that we can go out and bang on a tree, or we can go out and do this. We can hang an audio recorder and get 30 knocks a night, shit like that. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Are
no
you
shit.
fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Jeff. I had a wood knock experience, and I know it wasn't Bigfoot. It was just fucking natural. It was the tree that ended up falling over, eventually.
But again, it's people's reference and their life experience that they have to weigh against. And I don't want to belittle someone. I don't want to make somebody feel less than by saying you don't have the threshold of experience to make the claims that you do. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
I will say this. I watched Nikki's show earlier. I loved it. I loved listening to all three of those ladies on there with you, Nikki, talking about their experiences. There was one thing in general, and it's not a big thing. One thing that was said that I found interesting, and that's, I don't remember if her name was Pat or whichever one was on the top left, was talking about how they were in their camper and had heard this and that. And she said, I know it wasn't a human because of where we were camping at. My reaction to that is, if you are where you can pull a fucking camper to, you cannot guarantee something wasn't a human. I don't care how pretty sure you are that it wasn't. You can, if you pulled a camper there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will horseback 17 miles back somewhere and then on foot hike another 7 miles and still be pretty sure I'm alone, but I still see humans. I'll see somebody out there guiding a hunter, and I'm like, holy shit, they're off the beaten track.
I mean, it's the idea. It's just the idea of plopping right now, like next to a Bigfoot. Like, I'm sorry. These are the most elusive, rare creatures on the planet. And
well, I'm certainly not saying that Pat didn't experience what she did. I have no problem looking at, hey, it didn't happen to me. Doesn't mean it couldn't happen to her. But I will say this: the notion that you can guarantee that there wasn't a human there is not possible if you are where you pulled a camper to.
It was a human. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a Bigfoot.
Well, you can't say that either.
You can't say that definitively, Pat.
No, you're right.
The trailer moved and something.
But Pat, you know how often lately you'll say you're right after you've said it?
Yeah.
You are saying this a lot. There's no way this. There's no way you can plop next to it. There's no way you can.
Yeah,
look,
but I mean, what are the odds?
You can. There are instances where no matter how elusive they are, regardless of that, there can be instances where they find themselves in the same spot as human beings.
What are the odds?
It doesn't matter what the odds are. It's possible.
It's possible.
Right.
You can't. You're presenting it as there's no physical possible way.
Well,
and that's not fair if we're going to have the accurate conversation.
I hear you. What I'm saying is that it's highly improbable. So
there you go. You can say that all day long and not get any disagreement with me.
Yeah. Therefore, the narrative can never be true.
It had Pat on Nikki's show. Had Pat said it just doesn't seem probable that was a human, or it seems highly unlikely that would have been a human, I wouldn't even brought it up right now because she would have left that out. When you present it as there's no possible way, you are going to close a door that can't be closed. You're trying to close a door that can't be closed.
I don't want to do that. Like, I'm trying to be fair here, guys.
It's hard, though. It's hard, Pat, because you're on a pendulum swing right now of, where you were a year ago or even 2 years ago. You were on the completely other side, and now you're swinging all the way back to this other side where Jeff is pointing out that some of the language.
Every time you turn on a channel or hear an interview supporting the points that we're making, it makes the pendulum swing even harder, Brent.
Why?
And it's happening all over.
I think words matter though. Like, so Brent, you just said the language, and I'm like, okay.
Well, so what Jeff was just pointing out to you as far as the definitive statement of it was not a Bigfoot, that's what I was kind of referring to.
Yeah, I mean, what evidence of Bigfoot was ever there?
Good point.
Like,
or was it an earthquake? It could have been an earthquake shaking the van too.
We can go back to the LBL discussion of me saying, do I think it's likely that they're there all the time? Hell no. Do I think it's impossible that they could pass through that area? I don't think that's impossible. I can't close that door. Pat, you were 100% wanting to close that door. And that's what started that argument with so many people, was that you weren't leaving the 1% open. You were nailing it shut, and that wasn't fucking fair, dude.
Okay, I mean, I get that. But why should I leave that 1% when, like, that 1%?
Because you can't close it, dude.
Because if you do close it, that means you need to get out of the subject.
Okay.
If you can't leave that 1%, then you need to leave.
Okay. Are they in Central Park? Are they in Central Park?
It's a different conversation.
No, it's the exact same thing.
No, it's not.
Well, the parameters of it is different than the whole LBL area. Yeah, as far as
absolutely.
It's a completely different geological parameters of how they can navigate through there. They can't navigate through New York City.
I made the point that you could put me on one end of LBL in the darkness, and overnight I can get from one end of the LBL to the other and not be found, not be seen, not be heard. I guarantee you I can. You want to put me on one side of Central Park and say get to the other side without being seen or heard? It's likely I will be. It's two different things, Pat. It's two different things.
Okay, so they're in the LBL. All right,
I'm not saying they are right now. I'm not saying they are most of the time.
You should just leave it open. Like, that's what I do is with the whole woo and all this other stuff. It's like, I'm open to the possibility. I just have to verify and look at the evidence where it is getting to this conclusion and stuff. Because, like you're saying, you're on that pendulum swing where you're on the hard upswing of it, which is great that you're going there. But hopefully soon you'll be swinging back down to more of a like Jeff was trying to point out, not a definitive statement on something that,
I don't care.
Here's the problem with taking the 1%.
Well, but it causes conflict during the discussions that people are trying to have.
Well, then I'll let it go.
Here's the problem with trying to nail shut something that shouldn't be nailed shut.
Okay.
You got Jay sitting there listening, who I believe Jay had the encounter that he had a long time ago.
Yeah, 67.
15 miles away from the LBL.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But before it
so
was
the idea that could they be in that area
in
Jay,
2024?
You got Jay sitting there saying this happened to me. Okay.
Okay.
Now I'm looking at the LBL on a map, and if you're asking me, do they live there all the time? No. How much traffic goes through there? A lot. Is it possible one could move through there from one end to the other overnight and not be found? Absolutely. But your argument, Pat, would be one couldn't possibly be there without being seen. There's no way that could happen. That was the position you took, and that's not defendable, dude. It's not.
It's defendable on some level. With the geography and the amount of people that are there, every day, definitely defendable.
Well, okay. So the what I had said, I could get from one end of the LBL to the other end of the LBL overnight in the darkness without being seen.
Yeah.
You want to have me do that in the middle of the day? Absolutely can't do it. It'd be impossible. It's two different things that I was saying there. In the darkness, could one move through that area? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. You cannot say impossible.
Why would they be there?
You can't say it's impossible.
No, I'm not saying it's impossible.
You did, dude. You can't sit here and say, I'm not saying you did. You did.
so extremely unlikely.
There you go.
That
And I will give you an amen, brother, if that's the route you take.
Sure, I'll take that route.
But you can't say impossible and
Okay,
expect
fine.
Jay Fritz, who had the experience he had, not to come undone.
67.
Pat.
I mean, I'm sorry.
You're completely missing this point still.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
he
you
had
are.
his experience in 67. The LBL didn't exist then. It didn't even exist.
I'm not saying that it did. I'm saying that for somebody like Jay who had that experience then and believes that they're in that area and believes that they could still be in that area, for you to say that's impossible,
look at
that could affect him greatly with the experience he's had. For you to say it's highly unlikely, I guarantee you what wouldn't have happened. Jay Fritz wouldn't have said shit.
Okay, he was the one that
But
came.
you say impossible. You say impossible.
He was the one that came on my channel and said that he had that experience.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And you sat there and listened to him and told him, I believe you.
Yeah, and I do.
Okay. And then you sat here and said, the LBL, impossible. They aren't in that area. Okay. Bullshit. Fuck everybody. And Jay comes undone and you don't get it.
You're getting into personal shit. Like, this is not Bigfoot related anymore.
You don't think it felt personal to Jay?
Well, yeah. I'm not trying to hurt Jay's feelings. I'm just being honest about my opinion.
I'm just saying, when you look at a situation and say, I think this is highly unlikely that this could happen or this could exist.
Highly unlikely.
Versus saying it's impossible.
All right,
can have two greatly different levels of feedback from people.
Fair enough. Again, I will change my rhetoric to highly unlikely. Okay?
Cool.
Because I'm not trying to hurt Jay.
Sounds good to me.
I like Jay. Jay's a good dude. You're all good people. Brent, Nikki, and Jeff.
Pat, listen, I love you like a brother, and I'm not sitting here trying to bust your balls.
Really? Do you?
Let me say this, Pat. You know how many people went to Nikki's channel and got pissed you were even on her fucking channel the other night? That people are letting you on? And you know why they say that? Because you said impossible rather than being capable of saying, I think it's highly unlikely. Had you said highly unlikely, nobody would have even said anything about you being here or there. They'd all be flocking here.
Why should I have hate towards me because I chose one verb over the other?
Because you're showing everybody that you're not being open-minded to that, dude.
You know what?
You shot a lot of people down that night.
Look.
You took a lot of shots at people that night.
Hey, man. Look, Jeff. This is Bigfoot. All right? I don't fucking care. I do not care.
Well, I mean, if you want to have good discussions with people, you really got to care about how you say things and how you got
to be fair.
You got to go about it.
I am fair. I'm a fair person.
But you are general. But there's certain words that you use, like Jeff pointed out, that causes a lot of contention in the discussion. That creates it all about that one word, when that one word could easily been changed to something.
That's never happened to you, Brent?
Well, it's a learning process. I try to learn from it if I ever do get in that situation.
I mean, look. Dude.
I'm just saying, Coles never would have done a whole show on the LBL discussion that happened that night had you said highly unlikely. Never would have had anything to talk about. Zero. You saying impossible, whole show about it.
Oh, okay.
You can't deny that.
No, you're saying I deserve it just because
I'm not saying you deserve it. I'm saying it was avoidable.
Yeah, it's an.
I'm not saying you deserve it.
Okay.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah. So it's just a learning process, like I've gone through a learning process in this subject. Everybody goes through it, and just giving you good advice there, and especially on the word choice.
Show me where the fucking Bigfoot is in the LAL. Like nobody can.
Nobody. Yeah, nobody
Yeah.
can. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So there's zero fucking
So they
evidence.
can't. So there's no way
Evidence is
that they could
subjective, though, too.
exist
Zero
anywhere.
fucking
then.
evidence.
Other than where Patterson-Gimlin was filmed, there's really no
And what
possibility
you saw,
for him to exist
in-
anywhere.
and what you saw, right? I mean,
Well, no, I'm
Jeff,
talking about for you. For you, there's no
No.
possibility that they could exist anywhere other
Um,
than.
I can tell you what I see in the Patterson-Gimlin film is not a guy in a suit. So
That's how I feel too.
yeah. So I don't.
But my point is,
I
I'm
don't know what
using
that
your
thing
LBL
is.
comment right
All
now.
right,
When you
all right,
say,
all right. Whoa,
"Show
whoa,
me
whoa.
in the
Dial it back,
LBL
please,
where
please.
there's a Bigfoot,"
Jeff, please.
nobody can show you anywhere where there's a Bigfoot, Pat. So
Dial
does
it
that mean that they can't be anywhere?
Please dial it back, please. Okay.
Dude, I'm asking you a fair question right now. You said, "Show me in the LBL where there's a Bigfoot,"
Mhm.
and if you can't, they aren't there. Applying that method to anywhere,
More
where could they
complicated
be?
than that. It's more
Where could they be using the Pat method?
Look, Jeff, please dial it back, please.
Thought it was a fair question, Pat.
It is a fair question, and I can talk to you about that personally, okay? But I really, really need dial back, please.
All right.
Like,
But that's
I don't need this. I don't need this gang up on me.
Yeah, no, but
my own show.
it's definitely not a gang up. It's
all good. It's all good. We're all friends, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I wish no ill will towards you, Pat.
Yeah, but
I
it's
just don't like seeing people do shows slamming you or people making bad comments about you because I like you.
Well,
okay,
thanks.
It doesn't make me feel good to see that. And if there's an easy way to avoid it as a friend, I'd want to point that out to you.
Okay, but
that's all I did tonight.
We don't need to do that live on air. We can have that discussion behind.
But it comes back to around the importance of the words you use, because you put it. Okay, all right.
Be careful.
Well,
like this is not a live discussion. This should not be a live discussion.
I think honestly, I think that you being willing to talk tonight about this and say, you know what, you acknowledging, saying you're right, impossible wasn't the right way to say it. I should have said highly unlikely or almost impossible, whatever.
Yes.
You saying that and people hearing you say that bodes great strides in your favor, Pat.
Well, thanks.
Huge. So I do believe it's a public thing that people should hear.
Well, okay.
Because a lot of people were holding it against you.
All right.
A lot were.
I just said it. So we're all good.
Anyways.
Yeah, go ahead, Brent. Take control of the show.
I don't know.
Wrap it up for us.
I don't know, man. I got nothing. I was hoping that somebody would say something,
Nikki,
while I was doing that.
I think
but nobody is.
No. You know what I need right now? I need some Nikki. Jump in.
Yes, Nikki.
Wrap it up.
Well, I was gonna make a comment earlier, but it got kind of sucked away.
Okay.
About research, okay, and Jeff was mentioning getting colleges or some, real researchers involved.
Mm-hmm.
When that happened here in New Mexico, a Dr. Christopher Dyer took his group of students. Don't put me on, Big.
Oh God. Okay, I won't. Sorry, Nikki. Jeez.
I don't want to look at myself. He took his students out to the Sacramento Mountains and they were looking for Bigfoot. Okay. He made it all out there, and all of a sudden, Senator George Munoz found out about it, and he went through the whole process of going to the legislature and passing a law stating that no public funds should be expended for any purposes of looking for Bigfoot, and that he should have never ever took anybody out there. And they actually had to pass a law about it.
Oh, that's funny. That's hilarious, actually.
Yeah. And all they did was spend money on the bus.
Yeah.
To get up there.
Yeah.
That's what he was complaining about.
Wasn't Johnny Dagger, wasn't he a professor or a teacher, actually, a college teacher, and teaching Bigfoot classes? Remember Michael Townsend?
Yeah.
Johnny Danger, or Johnny
like
Dagger
that.
was his alias while he was out there in the woods covered in like facial camo and LARPing it really well, actually.
He actually put in the bill that it banned publicly funding searches for Pokemon, leprechauns, and the boogeyman.
The boogeyman. The boogeyman. I guess.
Yep.
Do you know if there was like any sort of motivation for him to do that? Surely he wasn't like, oh, I'm getting really triggered by this and I'm going to go create a whole thing with it. Was there like a motivation for the senator or whoever, like a political or whatever? I mean, I don't know. That just seems kind of random to like, hey, let's go specifically target this where it has like probably 0.00 public knowledge or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, he makes a comment saying, it's sad that we have to do this, but they don't have the ethics. The UNM doesn't have the ethics to stop this. And now we have to draft bills to stop something that is not morally right.
So he might have needed. Is he up for like re-election because he might have needed something to, create a headline or something? I don't know.
That's scary in itself. That now we need government to instruct us what's morally right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Well, how else are we supposed to know, man? We got to be told.
That innate sense of right and wrong that has been bred out of the human species.
All right.
Amongst birth.
I have no more fucking opinion anymore. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
No, it's good. No, it's good. You have a really cool story character arc in the Bigfoot world. One of the best, I think.
Really?
Yeah, one of the best. Dude, because you're
dumbass.
You always put it. You always put your heart out there on your sleeve and put it all out there. And just to see your journey in the subject. It's great, but just your journey, it's great. I see where you are now, and I think you'll get back to a baseline soon.
Show me where the skeptic exists that's willing to have the believer on and give them the opportunity to be heard and present the case and be able to agree with certain points of what they're saying and find value in some of those things, as well as be able to have the ground to stand and say, that's bullshit. I don't agree with that.
I just don't know what you saw that day, man. That's where I'm at. At the end of the day, you guys want to know where I'm at? You want to hear where I'm at? I don't know what you fucking saw, Jeff.
And you don't know what you heard. You just made the comment that when you heard that Bigfoot, that knock, that you knew it was a Bigfoot because it was natural.
No. Yeah. Like
you just said that.
It wasn't a Bigfoot.
Well, then how can you be so certain that Patty's real?
Because I can see it.
I see a man in a suit. I see a man in a suit.
All right, you see a man in a suit. I don't.
Nikki.
I don't see a man in a suit. I see a girth to. I see this girth to this fucking like thing, man. Like
I see a regular.
That in
ain't
itself,
no guy.
That seems like if I went to the right university and said, using the technology available in 1967 or whatever, we are going to recreate the suit that was used in the PG film to the best of our ability. Here's a $250,000 to do it. Let's do this. And see if you can come up with it. Because has anybody done that?
No.
To that degree?
Not to that
degree.
Yeah, you know, there's a local guy here. I was actually going to. Thanks for reminding me about this whole thing. There's a local guy here that did just that. He created a suit. His name's Aaron Swepston. You can go look on Coalition. He has pictures of the suit he's made, like only using 1967 material.
That's the key.
Only using 1967 material. So go. I was actually going to go. I was just so fascinated by it because he doesn't believe in the Patterson film. That's why he made it, to show that it can be done. So I was going to. Thanks for reminding me about that whole thing. So yeah, I'll go reach out to him. But that's
Aaron.
Yes, that's a guy who did just that, and I think that's an amazing story that we should probably know. Sure, he doesn't believe it's real, but he made a really cool suit.
I'm going to Greg Nicotero, like one of the greatest special effects grounds artists ever, like in the past,
get the Planet of the Apes.
But that's not who Patterson was. Patterson was just a random guy like this guy. Patterson wasn't some, expert, well-known costume maker.
I'm sorry.
He was a random dude.
I don't know that that's key. I think what's a bigger importance to this is finding somebody who doesn't have a connection to real or not real with the Patterson-Gimlin film. You're the guy you're talking about. You already said he didn't believe it. Now, does that have any effect on what he comes up with in making a suit? It shouldn't. But people will use that in the discussion of motive. Yeah. If we could take a team of 4 or 5 individuals who may be professionals at that level of technology in 1967 and say, build what you're seeing here, what they could come up with you wouldn't be able to say, well, they believe or they don't believe. That shouldn't be part of the conversation. The conversation is it possible to create that? I don't give a shit if you're an expert or not.
Yes, 100%.
I don't care if you believe in PG or not.
Yeah.
Get rid of all that. I just want to know, can it be done by the best that were there at that moment?
That's why I want to go straight to Greg and say, Greg, you fucking do this. You recreate this, like with modern technology and technology.
And I got a question for Nikki too, and I don't want to get into a full discussion on this because your opinion is your opinion, and I respect that. It may not be one you want to have a conversation about right now, but based on just what you said, that you believe it's a guy in a suit. If you remove the narrative of the Who's, the Gimlin, the Patterson, what this guy said, what that guy said, get rid of it all and just look at the video. Is that where you come up with it? Just looking at the video? We can not factoring any backstory. Looking at the video, you feel that you're looking at a guy in a suit.
I've never liked the face. I've never liked the butt. I've never liked the feet, and nobody's ever been able to convince me otherwise. Of those things do not look natural. So I don't.
I would agree with you on the foot part.
There,
yeah.
I agree with the foot part. Where I start having conflict in the analyzing what I'm seeing is muscle movement and flex factored in against how much I don't like the way the feet look. I look at the one and say that's a reason to go one way, but then I look at the flex in the leg and the muscle movement and things, and I think I don't see that being recreated in a suit at that point. That's where I start wrestling with this,
The girth.
Every time that people talk about the muscles moving, all I see is fabric. All I see is whatever he's wearing underneath that bunching up. That's all I see. I don't see muscle.
I think he saw Bob Haran talked about wearing jeans that you could see his wallet, his wallet lump.
Yeah, I see girth. I see real, like what Roger got that day. what Roger fucking got on camera that day is not a fucking guy in a suit. Like,
but it was also a Bigfooter going out looking for Bigfoot,
yeah,
making a Bigfoot documentary. But it comes down to saying, what, these guys are just going to go plop down next to a Bigfoot? Well, I guess they did.
No, they didn't. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Well, they were there. They were there because of the summer of '67, of the hoaxing that led them there. All the hoax prints and that led them, Roger and Bob, to the October 1967.
That's why I say
what I see in that film is fucking a goddamn big. It's not a person.
When you look at the whole backstory, like what you just started talking about,
care.
Brent, that is where the water gets extremely muddy, right? When we start talking about Hieronymus this, Gimlin that, and the motive of why they were there, and then, you know, it's like,
there's
man.
Would we believe it nowadays? If a person came out like that, I don't. The video was out there just like that.
I know, but my point is, if before I seen the video, you told me that whole backstory, I don't even need to see the video. I've already put a no stamp on you. I'll be honest with you. That's where I'd be at this point.
That was one of his number one things: is all primate females don't have hair on their breasts, but Patty does. Why?
Well, why or why not is.
Yeah, I've met plenty of women in this world that had hair on their breasts. I mean, that's not true. It's not true.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of women you're meeting.
That's unfortunate, Pat.
You say that. It's true.
He used to be the drummer in a band, though, so that explains a lot, too.
Women have hair
not like Patty. A full cover.
2:30 a.m. at the bar, you know, what's left? The woman with the hairy breasts.
I am not saying that they have, banging girls that have, boobs that have hair on their breasts. They have the receptacles for them. And sometimes they actually have a little hair there. Like, I've encountered that.
Good save. Good save.
Well, it's true. It's not safe. It's not safe. Yeah, but it's true, man. I've been around the block.
You're talking about fur. Patty looks like she's covered in fur, not hair.
I gotta be able to stand next to Pat on this because he's saying hairy breasts. He's saying hairy breasts not likely, but not impossible.
Yeah, not impossible.
Not impossible.
Yeah, well, because I've seen it with my own eyes. So therefore, I can say, as an expert in boobs, which I am, there's follicles. There's follicles.
So it's possible, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, they. Do I have to describe it physically?
No, it's all good.
No, but
it's all good.
All humans are different. All humans are different when it comes to that. Some guys have extremely hairy backs. Some guys don't have a hair on their back, right?
Yeah.
Some guys have novelty hair growing out of their ears. The next guy doesn't, you know. Women are not exempt from these things.
With Patty, though, I'm sorry.
When I look for some back.
When I look at Patty's breasts, I'm like, that's exactly how they should look. They're very, very natural.
I can imagine going over to MK Davis's house, and in his office he has just a big blow up of Patty's breast right there.
Well, maybe
you know he has thumbnails of them on his YouTube channel.
Pendulous.
Yes.
Yeah, but not her face.
No.
Not her face. Like
all about the detail, you guys.
Artist interpretation.
Sorry, MK.
But no, I could pull up the video right now. Like,
no, it's all good.
Her breasts are extremely natural. They're very, very never worn a bra. Floppy, kind of like.
It makes me wonder how, with the thousands of channels that are out there, how we've escaped a YouTube pro Bigfoot channel being called Hairy Boobs or something like that. I mean,
I just don't see a guy in a suit. Like there's boobs
And that's okay.
involved. You know,
That is
like
okay that you believe in Patty, because the majority of the people in the
Not
Bigfoot
believe.
community believe in Patty. That's
Not believe.
okay. I'm actually on the other side of that, but that's okay too, because you know what? It doesn't
Yeah.
make a goddamn difference if you believe in it or don't believe in it, because we're in the same position right now. Then either way.
Here's the thing.
Where are they?
We're more likely. This is what's crazy. We're more likely to get the answer to Bigfoot existing or not in a world of science than we are getting the answer on whether or not Patterson-Gimlin was real or not.
Yeah, that.
I think that's died and it will never be revealed one way or the other. I think a confession by anybody involved wouldn't change the positions
Not at all.
of most people.
It's
I
already
don't
happened.
think it'll ever be proven one way or the other. Unless you come up with a film of Hieronymus sitting there somehow working on a suit with somebody.
Yeah. And that'll never happen. It's just a controversial film. Nothing more. Right?
I wish one of those guys at the bar had taken a picture of the suit in the back of his car.
Yeah. No, we get a picture of freaking Standing's little hairy Bigfoot gloves, but we don't get one of PG's suit. I mean, come on.
Look,
life
PG,
isn't fair.
Yeah, the PG film. Okay, let's put it away. You know, shelve it. Fuck it.
Well, I mean, that's a good place to put it, because there's nothing else that can really be done from it, and you don't want to go down a road of creating belief off of evidence that might not actually be a Bigfoot. It might actually just be a hoax. I can make an argument for it being a hoax, but I can also make an argument for it not being a hoax. Right. So, it's just what it is.
The problem is it's not an argument that people can have from a neutral perspective, because I know several people who I consider to be very, very good resources of helping people who don't believe that it's real. That's to include Leon and several people out there, right? Who openly have made these comments. And yet, are they going to do shows and have open discussions about it? No, because 90% of this Bigfoot community's going to lose their fucking minds over it because they aren't prepared to have the conversation of what if it's not? What if it's not real?
Yeah.
Oh, we destroy people if that ever came out to be not real. People.
What we can do is present the information around that time. That's what we can do. Present the summer of '67, or the fact that they had a fake Bob Gimlin, and a lot of the these ins and outs of what is being claimed about it. The more we know about the factual stuff.
That's context. That's weird context shit.
Well, no, it helps put in context of what you're looking at on the film.
This is one of the most interesting and could be one of the most informative roundtable discussions if held, and we leave the rhetoric out, the personal bullshit out, and we just discuss what we're discussing here, like what Brent just said. Let's talk about that whole season and what was occurring that year moving into this. Let's talk about the fact that the preparations that we know that they made with the horses, and how many weeks went into planning this. What did they expect to get out of it? There's things that have been said and are well known that can be part of that real discussion. And then we can look at the footage and we can take this all down rather than having it be all rhetoric and bullshit. Let's leave the crappy shit out of the discussion. I think it's a fascinating roundtable with the right 4 versus 4, sharing real opinions and articulately explaining why they stand where they do in agreement or disagreement with it.
And all the facts being presented surrounding that film, like we're talking about. That would be a great discussion.
Yeah.
We're kind of having it.
your comments right now, but because I'm in somebody else's show, so I can see your comments on StreamYard. But get this book, okay? The Making of Bigfoot by Greg Long.
Yeah, I forgot about
You're
that.
saying somebody prove. Just read. I haven't finished it. I've tried. It's interesting, but there's a lot of points in there that I went, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Did you verify
It may have made me a little biased, but a lot of people hate this guy. They don't like him because of what he's brought forward and some of the things. I've got stats
my world.
of people reviewing this book who are pissed off at him for putting this stuff out. You know?
I got an email from somebody that gave me it's one of the longest emails I ever got of a step-by-step of why Greg Long's book is wrong. And it's there's a lot of people invested in breaking down Greg Long's book on why it isn't real or where his faults are. It's
that email is so long. I had to make notes on it because I couldn't follow actual parts in that book. It goes on and on. It is the longest email I've ever seen.
Bigfoot shouldn't be that complicated.
Well, no, it was breaking down. Well, it's presenting facts of just making sure all the facts are out there so we can better articulate our own opinions of what's we're looking at and stuff. And that's what this whole thing is creating those discussions and getting all that information out there. That's why I'm so adamant about always throwing out there. Yeah, well, Paul Freeman was also caught hoaxing. He quit his job because he got hoaxing. Because nobody else is really putting that information out there, especially the Meldrums and the Brockmans that are really pushing his evidence and stuff.
Who cares?
And then you've got the whole deal where his son comes out and publishes a book on Highcheck's freaking press on Hangar One. And now you've got a whole slew of guests and hosts through Untold who don't want to take a position that's anti-Michael, He
actually reached out to me.
So they're trying to stay neutral on that and just say, let's not talk about it.
Yeah, because he was trying to, say, hey, my dad was a good dad. That's what
I'm not going to sit here and tell Michael he's full of shit and his book's full of shit. I do not want to desecrate his thought and memories of his father. I'm not here to tear his father apart at his expense, okay?
Yeah.
But if I can't have the conversation that I don't agree that footage was legit without it being assumed that I'm somehow offending him in some way or his father's legacy, that's not fair either.
No, I will say about Michael, because I talked to him, he reached out to me. He is very understanding if people don't want to believe his dad. That book, I did not read the book, but it's more than I think it's a little more than trying to prove Bigfoot's real or something. There's more of the story behind Paul Freeman, I think.
From what I've gleaned from the book, he really goes into the book explaining why he felt his dad felt the way that he did. What his dad looked at, considered, all this stuff, all these different aspects of how he analyzed certain things in life. It really gets you to where you understand what he believed Paul to be like, okay? I don't think he goes in and necessarily gets in depth on this is why this is real or this is why people are full of shit. He doesn't take that position. He's really trying to get you to understand who his dad was in that book.
It's a book about his father.
Yeah, and I have the utmost respect for Michael too. I mean, we had a great conversation. I ghosted him, so I should probably respond back.
That's why I say he's a nice guy. I would never want to sit there and make him feel bad just because my opinion is different than his father's.
But it also comes down to we should also, be be able to talk about that and not have it minimized because we're hurting somebody's feelings about, this person.
Agreed.
So that's where I'm trying to learn how to better create those conversations, especially giving examples and stuff, because I feel that information is so important, and it's disappointing that it's not a cliff note on Jeff Meldrum's speech when he's out there promoting Paul Freeman stuff. Like, this is, I believe Paul Freeman for this, but there's also this there, and because I feel that it's disingenuous not doing that. It's just better to create a narrative and toe a line,
Raptor sharing his biological.
Yeah, you're right, Brent. Like it's
but it's not. It's really the people who try to get that information out there. Like, look at Stephen and the Coalition, how much they've been attacked over the years, trying to hold ground on what's factually true. Because people don't really want to have those type of conversations.
Yeah, it's hard.
This is Raptor's. What Raptor's saying here is actually completely reverse of the truth. There are women, Raptor, who wear a bra to bed every single night, and when they're 45, their boobs look like they're 18 because they didn't let them just hang wherever. Okay,
so not necessarily.
It's all about how big and how heavy they are. End the story. Whether they wear a bra or not wear a bra.
It's all about both sides. Yeah.
The skin is elastic and it just will hang.
But
if Patty would have wore a bra, man, everybody would have said,
"Yeah, man, she didn't." I mean, I'll tell you guys, like, you want to like back me in corners and shit. Like, look, what I see in that fucking film, there ain't no guy in no suit. Like, that is some kind of weird thing.
Just call it a Bigfoot. We have a word for it. We're calling that a Bigfoot.
I tell you what, Brent, I would love to see. I would love to see good footage of the suit that guy made up by you.
Oh,
I'm doing.
I don't see it.
I'm not comfortable with that nomenclature. I don't want to call anything a Bigfoot or Sasquatch.
That's responsible because that's a pre-inherent bias when you're already giving it a label that you can't guarantee that that's what it is.
Here's my reluctance.
I don't know what these things are.
Here's my reluctance to say I guarantee you that's not a guy in a suit. The reason why I won't say that is because I want to see a video of the best attempt based on that technology to make that suit and reproduce it and put it on somebody and show me what it looks like. Give me the variable to compare it to.
The problem is that I fear that I go to Greg Nicotero and I say, hey man, you fucking replicate this, and I think he could. You
look at what they were doing with the Planet of the Apes and shit back then, Pat. I'll tell you what, man, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, now it's 2024.
But also with Planet of the Apes, they also had to look at it from an economical point of view by making mass suits, so they couldn't spend as much money on one individual Harry and the Henderson suit. So I think that's why there's a quality difference in the Planet of the Apes film versus what is potentially out there.
No suit. That is not a fucking suit.
Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean,
it's a fun one though.
Okay, so I'm just giving my opinion. Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, my opinion. It's not a guy in a suit. Like, it just doesn't match, man. The girth and all this shit, the boobs, the fucking swinging of the boobs, man. Like, it's all very natural. It's so natural that really 1967, like, no, that's my opinion. If I'm allowed to give my opinion,
you absolutely are. Yeah, you absolutely are. But Patterson and Gimlin were Bigfoot hunters looking for Bigfoot, filming a Bigfoot documentary.
That's
preparation.
Got it.
Opportunity.
If I look at just this, if I look at just the video with nothing else, I have a hard time straying away from that not being a natural creature in that video.
Yeah,
but when I factor in without the video, just the backstory, I'll put the bullshit flag. I'll throw it out immediately.
Yeah.
So now marrying the two together, I have to find my way through this. That's difficult.
Well, I say, what you see is what you see, Jeff. I mean, so let's say that Roger Patterson robbed a fucking bank that day. What you see is what you see. It doesn't matter if he robbed a bank or not, right?
But would also say a character of a person that would be willing to make a suit in order to capitalize off of it.
I see the point you're making, Pat. My problem is I can't sign on to that until I see a good footage example of what can be created using that technology from 1967 and what that visually looks like. Show me what that suit looks like.
Jeff, go type in the coalition in the search, Aaron Swepston, and he's posted tons of pictures and I think even video of what the creation that he has. So it's definitely worth checking out.
Looking at it right now, but I don't find it.
Take that suit down to the creek where it was filmed. Grab the same camera. Put yourself on a horse's back and start shooting.
Nah, it's overgrown, and it is proven that Roger Patterson, he had practiced drawing his camera from the saddle, so that's known.
Patterson also drew a female Bigfoot in his book way before.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, when I get on horseback, when I'm going back into some remote areas, guiding hunters, I'll put a rangefinder in a holster on my hip. I have a pistol on my hip. I have binoculars on my chest. And when I get on that horse, I start pulling that rangefinder out, holding up to my face and put it back in. Pull it out, hold up my face, put it back in. I'll do that 10 times to try to develop the muscle memory of making sure I don't drop that.
Yeah.
So to say he practiced drawing that, if he was going to be on horseback with a camera,
he did.
That is not odd that someone would practice that.
Well, as a videography, that is something that you practice. That's what I do all the time out in the woods is I'm practicing trying to shoot, trying to practice, what would I do with this? And just, it's not uncommon for a videographer to practice with their movement on the camera. So
yeah, this is like turning into a weird discussion.
You're the one that brought up the hairy boobs, dude, and wanted to show pictures. So.
I don't. What's weird about the discussion?
I'm 100% comfortable with saying that. These things are not out there. They're not there, man. I don't know.
And yet,
I don't know what you saw.
Patterson-Gimlin is 100% real.
That's a cognitive bias there.
50 years ago, they're extinct.
They're dead.
Yeah, they're all dead.
I could take that stance, but go research out on Google Earth and stuff around Glacier Peak, and that area there is actually one of the most remote areas in the lower 48. And knowing areas like that exist where people don't go for decades, literally decades, because the access is just so impossible.
That's where they would have to be.
You're talking
exactly.
You're talking about literally 1% of that terrain. You look at from Manitoba all the way to the Pacific Northwest on the top half of Canada.
Yeah.
There's nothing there other than remote wilderness.
Yes.
For them to have gone extinct, I can't buy what would have caused that in those areas. It doesn't make sense. If they were able to live in those areas for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Where people aren't. Right?
It hasn't. The amount of forage that's there, game that's there, the climate that's there, all the things that factor into existence in those areas.
How
nothing's changed to make them go extinct.
It's even untouched forest. It hasn't been touched by a man's saw, because it's so impossible to get back there. I believe that is
when
where
we start
they are.
Involving the Appalachians and Florida and Texas and even areas like Wyoming and stuff into this discussion, Ohio.
Well, then
you want to talk about how they could have gone extinct? We can talk about that.
Yeah.
We see chronic waste disease wiping out entire herds of deer and elk. Okay, it could happen in an area.
Right.
But when we start talking about literally hundreds of thousands of square miles of remote wilderness.
Yep.
No development.
Nothing.
That's a different kind. The idea that something's going to go extinct there doesn't make sense. I'd have to say, show me where species have happened to.
Oh, yeah. No, and that's my point. My point is like that's where they would have to be. Not some little tiny green belt in Florida.
Exactly. Exactly.
And, I mean.
But why are they being reported there? So many people are reporting in areas where it's like.
Because it's bullshit. Because it's bullshit. It's Bigfoot on the brain. That's why.
Put it this way. Nobody would report it there ever until one person does.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
And once one person did, then 3 people did, and then 8 people did, and then 40 people did.
And
it's gotten to be
and 1,000.
It feels like I can say this and it makes sense now. That's supported when I look at reports on the frickin' internet and encounters and all this stuff. I can make this statement and people can't prove me wrong based on the fact that there are hundreds and thousands of other people who have said the same thing. That's why these reports don't quit coming.
And that's
not because they're there
and that's,
or that they're being ran into.
I mean, that's why I talk the shit I talk, man. That's why I make the statements I make. But if you go on the BFRO, Florida is the second largest state, right? With the Pacific Northwest and then Florida. And it's like no. It's like I heard this, I heard that, I heard, it's all Bigfoot activity. Yeah, man. Florida's the last place they should ever fucking be.
Which poses the question: why are people saying that they're seeing them there? Why are all these people saying they're seeing them in Texas and all these other places?
Because it's all fucking bullshit. That's why. It's psychological.
There we go.
I heard a barred owl. Yeah,
so
I mean,
why don't you put
right
up
back
what
to that.
Raptor just said.
What?
Put up Raptor's last comment here.
Last one?
Yeah.
About you, Jeff?
Well, yeah, I'll just
man.
For him.
I don't want to get into personal bullshit.
This
Raptor,
isn't he asking a fair question, Pat? How is this personal?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet.
He's saying, Jeff, you talk about all the acreage out there. How come you're not out there looking for the subject of Bigfoot? Raptor obviously hasn't seen the last shows and things I've talked about for 2 decades, for 9,000 hours through a spotting scope. I have been out in those areas looking. Raptor, you're talking like a moron right now.
Yeah.
That's all I've talked about.
Yeah. It
doesn't make sense for you to make a comment like that.
If you've done that,
and you want the real answer, at this point, I'm convinced that if I traveled up to 10 days or 30 days in northern Manitoba or in the thickest parts of British Columbia and spent a month there, you know what I would see? Zero. because that's how thick and remote and wild it is that they don't need to let you know that they're there. It'd be stupid for them to reveal themselves to you.
Yeah, you know, that's why I find the dark force theory is a very interesting one. Are you guys sharing that feedback too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get back.
Like too close to the
Go ahead,
mic?
Brent. Go ahead.
I'm not
Is
sure
that
where
me?
it's coming from.
It's
I don't hear nothing.
It's just happening.
Marco.
But yeah, I honestly, that's one thing. If you were to go to Ohio or go to some of these areas that have some fairly rural or even remote areas, maybe your opportunity to see one exists if they're there in those areas, because they don't have the infinite wilderness to retreat into. You do have borderlines of communities and areas and highways and things they have to cross through and move through without being seen. You probably have a higher chance at having something be seen there because they just don't have the infinite wilderness to move through. You go up into these areas that me and Brent are talking about. There's no boundaries to where they can't move to. They want to back away from you to avoid you, and you cannot pursue them and find them. You just can't find them. You just can't.
It's almost physically impossible to. It's like, almost in some of these areas because the terrain just doesn't allow it. Because the terrain, I mean, it's not physically impossible, but it's like, man.
And if you were to play the numbers, I put 30-some game cameras up in an area in Manitoba, and went and got them months later. Never had a picture of one. Had a picture of a lot of bears and different things on it. But my point is, I don't know how many of them there are. But I don't think there's enough of them. To take a pinpoint in one of these extremely remote areas and say, I'm going to set a tree stand here and sit in it for a week and think you're going to see one. I mean, there could be a couple thousand of them in those forests up there. There could be 5,000 of them. But if you look at how expansive and how vast and how thick that wilderness is, you could put 1,000 black bears and that's it, and never see one. The only reason why you see those bears is because there's 50,000. The only reason why you see those bears is because there's 50,000 of them. I just don't know that you. The more expansive that wilderness is, the less likely you are to be able to get yourself in a position to have an encounter, I think. As an elusive being, they have way too many options than to have to deal with you.
Elusive, yeah. It's definitely Nikki's mic that is giving that feedback. Pull it out.
It's my mic.
Yeah, it's your mic. God damn it. Hold on. Cancel. Why is this happening right now? Okay. Yeah, it's definitely your mic. I think I am. Yeah. And I hear myself though. Yeah, it's maybe. Yeah.
My mic through a voice meter, through a digital audio.
So, yeah, Jeff, I mean, good points. They're where? They're in places that people aren't.
Which is where they should be if we can agree that the only way they survive is to be uninvolved with humans.
Elusive.
Humans are their apex threat to existence.
Oh yeah,
Okay? I think
absolutely.
they know that.
They should.
And
We
to
are.
avoid them and to be elusive is the number one goal. And I believe that when they raise their young, like I've used this stupid analogy before, they don't take them to soccer or to karate lessons. They
Right.
teach them to be elusive. Every day, every hour, here's how we feed ourselves. Here's where we bed down. Here's
Right.
how we be elusive. Here's how we move without making sound. Here's how I think it's all this stuff that they just get that good at that we don't understand it, right?
Which is the exact opposite of whoops and fucking knocks.
Yeah. Or
Yeah, that's
breathing
true.
outside my tent, or threw a rock at
Yeah.
me, or
Yeah,
whatever.
yes. Or stomp through camp. Stomp through camp. Like, it's all bullshit. That's
It
why
just-
that shit is bullshit. It has to be one or the other. Either these things are really doing that stuff, they're really making those sounds. They're really.
I don't think. I think the one thing that you have to consider here, and I don't know
Okay.
what this would look like or where the parameters would lay, but unlike any other species other than humans, we're talking about a brain and a function of thinking
Mm,
that could
Mhm.
incorporate things like curiosity, things of animosity, things like that. I've never heard somebody hunting say, "This deer got so pissed off at me, he walked by a
Right,
second
yeah,
time,"
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Nobody
yeah.
says that, right?
Nobody.
This
never.
deer was so upset at me, it threw a corn cob at me, right? Nobody says that stuff.
Sure.
But
we're talking about
if
deer.
we're talking about something that has a thinking process that could be similar to human brain activity, we have to incorporate the whole idea of curiosity, animosity, all these different emotions that may not make it as predictable as we would like it to, but I don't think any of that overrides its default concept of elusiveness means survival.
Yeah, walk away.
Okay. I think it can be curious. I think it can get close and want to watch you a little bit. I think it, but does that make it want to throw a rock at you or holler at you if it doesn't
No.
have to?
That's people.
That's where you go against the element of elusive means survival.
No, and not
And
at
I
all.
don't think that's a line it would cross.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, it's either
It might be curious. It might hang out and watch you. I don't think it crosses the line of survivability.
I agree.
Means be elusive.
It's either engaging or it's elusive.
You
It's
have
a
to put it in a
contradiction.
very
Yeah.
peculiar situation to where it doesn't have a choice to be elusive. The island I was on,
Right. The
maybe
island,
you get
yeah.
between it and its young, things like that.
Force it. Yeah.
You kill it, you go after a deer that it had been stalking and assumed mental ownership of.
Mhm.
Certain little things maybe will put it in a position where it's vulnerable, but I think in most cases, elusive means survival prevails over everything else.
We'll walk away. Yeah.
So the question is that a learned trait or is it an innate trait that they are genetically born with, like how a horse knows to run, be able to get up and run within hours of birth and stuff. So
Well, they would
that's
have to be. It doesn't matter how they get it. They would
they would definitely have to be. So it's not like
it's
not like a moral code that they live by or a cultural code that they live by. It's a natural instinctual code that might indicate
Either
if they're
way.
more animalistic than humans.
I think that when you look at other animals
course they
that are
are.
out there,
They don't
when
make
it comes to
fires.
white-tailed deer, elk, coyotes, all that, right? Throughout their life, especially in the beginning as juveniles, when they're with adults, they learn what the apex predators on that food chain is, where they stand on that food chain,
Right.
what they need to survive food, water, sleep. They get where they move to those areas to get those things. They understand how that works. I think understanding how thermals move up a hill and down a hill and what times a day that they do is something they learn from adult animals. I think that the idea of where they stand on that food chain, as far as the predators go, what they should be afraid of, is something that they learn from those adult animals. I think there's some characteristics that are innate. When do I run? When do I don't run? When at what point does my alarm go off? I think you're born with that.
Right.
But what maybe even what direction is north? You know, there's certain things. How do I get back to the area that I was born at year after year during mating time? Certain animals do that, right?
Yeah, right.
That internal GPS of how do I get back and navigate back. I think that's not something they learn. I think that's programmed by default in their system.
Yeah, again, they would have to be very rare.
Yeah.
Like this,
but you know, learning what animal I should be afraid of, you're not born with that. You learn that through experience.
Yeah.
And so when you're talking about an animal like Bigfoot who should be at the top of that food chain and maybe have animals like grizzlies, wolves, and things that it tries to avoid, but there really isn't. I don't think it walks through the woods with its head on its pendulum, afraid of anything other than humans.
They were when before the end of the Younger Dryas, Bigfoot would have had to have been, because he would have been competing with the North Face Bear, Panther, all these true monsters. So I don't think that
tiger species and stuff.
Yeah. I don't think that they were as alpha in the woods as we might think. No. I think that they had to be so elusive, which is why they're the only remaining ones from that era, because they had to go run and hide. Because
I don't like. I'm just gonna say this. I think there's something else, man. Like,
we're going wooish, huh?
I'm not.
Are you woo curious? No, if you want to be woo curious, that's fine. We will support you.
Well, thanks, man.
We're always here for you.
I don't know what woo is, but I just don't see how there's, like, to me, it's really becoming a. I don't see how there's an undiscovered primate living in North America. Like, I just don't get that. Okay, like I just don't see how that's possible.
Which will take you down the road of psychology, of human psychology, that is, creating, like Bigfoot in all these areas on this property, all this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the unknown is just the unknown. The unexplained is just nothing more than that. The unexplained. And I've always told Jeff, I said, I cannot explain what you saw that day. I can't explain it. I don't know what that thing is, And so, no, I'm not going down a woo road, I just, I'm not sure we're dealing with a undiscovered primate, because the undiscovered primate should be easy to find, guys and gals. I mean, come on. And what? Here come the excuses. Oh, they're so like supernatural. Like they move so well.
Government cover up.
Yeah, the government, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, well, we can test all that. Like, all of that can be tested.
Mm-hmm.
Every single bit.
Yeah, I'm finding after 10 years of almost 10 years of hard, investigation in this subject, I think there's a good portion of it being psychological. But
Jeff will tell you, hey, motherfucker, what I saw that day.
Well, not only Jeff, Joe, there's many other people that
Jeff's not here anymore, but Jeff can tell you, like, right? Jeff can say, "Hey, look, motherfucker! What I saw that day was, I mean,
Yeah, but it's
looked
nothing
like a
to.
primate, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's nothing to minimize the people that have seen them. It's just I don't know where else going with that.
Hey, I'm just saying this.
I'm ready for
like,
bed, dude. I'm like done.
Yeah,
My
me
brain is
too,
fried.
man. Are you kidding me? Like,
4 hours? Holy crap!
I have to
Yeah.
fucking go. I have to go to work in 5.5 hours. But
no, this was a good discussion tonight, and I encourage you, Jeff. You guys should, have more discussions like this. Be more dynamic with it, as far as not the generic. Let's have a host, counter person on or whatever. Be the change you want to see. And I say, just keep it up and keep doing it, and put your voice out there and give people an option to understand what a lot of the facts are, because not a lot of people out there want to present information and stuff for a lot of this. But anyways, I gotta bounce out, guys. It's great talking to you all. I will talk to you all behind the scene. See it.
Wrapping it.
Bye, guys.
Totally wrapping it.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly too. So you guys take it easy, man. Thanks for having us on, Pat.
Well, thanks, Jeff.
I'm still here.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
I appreciate you, dude, 1,000%, Jeff. Like, I really do.
Is
there a reason I can't leave?
You too, Brent.
I'm still here, man.
Like, Brent's trying to leave. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. Thank you for watching tonight, guys and gals. Wasn't really paying a lot of attention to the chat, because we got in some deep weed discussion there, and it was good. It was good. It was, and I appreciate it. Like, I'm all about honesty, like, I do wear it on my sleeve. I got called out for that tonight. You wear it on your sleeve. I do. Like, talk shit. It sounds like I'm talking shit. I'm actually not. I'm just being honest. I'm just giving my opinions. And so I don't talk shit. Wow. That was a good conversation. So we're gonna wrap it up. How are we gonna wrap it up? I don't know. We might just do a cold end. Thanks for being here. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Love you all. Thanks for watching. Good night.